All right, all right. We good. It's time to start. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. Happy Juneteenth. Hope everybody was having a good day today, celebrating. You know what's next. You know what's next. We gotta send the tweets out. Gotta send the tweets out. We got a lot of things we want to get to tonight, for sure. I saw some things that I liked. I saw some things that I didn't like. And so, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. We hope that you guys are, tapping in. You already know Scruggs is already in the building. We knew that, though. We knew that, though. We knew that. I got to change the title. This is not episode 3. I got to update that. I'll just be ready to go. I got to do better with my marketing and all of that. You know what I mean? But we hope that we have a good night tonight. We gonna tap in. We gonna tap in. How you been, Scruggs? You had a good day? Did you enjoy your Juneteenth? Did you have to work today, brother? Did you have to work? That's what we want to know. Yes, we're covering Juneteenth first. We're covering Juneteenth first. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to the little Scruggs over there listening up to Hotep historian Professor Dubes. You dig? Everybody come on and tap in, tap in. Well, there we go then. No days off for Scruggs. It's all good though. It's all good. That's what happens when you work for yourself. There's no days off. All right, so we got it out there. Once you guys are come on in, enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. All right, where's it at? Come on now. There we go. There we go. Gotta see. All right, so like I said, happy Juneteenth, everybody. Hope you guys were enjoying your day. We're going to be going over some things. So, I definitely want to start with good vibes. Absolutely. So, happy Juneteenth to everybody. You dig? There were some things that I learned today. Well, some things that I saw and then some things that I learned. Chad O. Jackson, he was interviewed by Jason Whitlock. Chad has been I followed him, I say maybe like a month ago. I followed him. We can go to his page real quick. I was noticing yesterday when I was watching back my stream that I was name dropping people who have Twitters like Simone B's and not pulling up their profile. So I want to make sure that I'm doing that tonight. So Chad O. Jackson, he is a plumber by trade, but he's also, I want to say, a historian. I mean, he was dropping super duper knowledge in his interview. But outside of that, he has a documentary coming out that essentially exposes the communism influence, or the communism or communistic or Marxist influence over the civil rights movement. Apparently, it's 4 hours long, so I can't wait to watch that. Definitely going to come back with my review. I'm definitely knowing that I'm gonna learn a lot. You already know that the guys or the people who already are familiar with my video on the relationship between Black America and communism, you know that I'm pretty much, on it when it comes to that era. But he really goes in. Like he was dropping gems that I didn't even know, name dropping people that I wasn't even familiar with. And I go crazy with yelling at people and yelling at y'all about y'all don't know this person, y'all don't know this person. And so we're going to touch on that too. We're going to watch a couple clips from that. But we have to address certain things. Now, y'all know I'm a huge proponent of calling out or getting away from centering white people in Black American history, in our Black American historical narratives. And nothing really encapsulates my point more than the young man Conscious Lee. Okay, so Conscious Lee, I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with him. He's a left-leaning, cosplaying Hotep. Dreadhead, bullhorn glasses, dropping knowledge, all of this stuff. But he does it from a left-leaning perspective. So he drops a video today about the dark history of Juneteenth. And it's honestly, if you ask me, for somebody who just reads history, it's just reading. You just have to read. So he's bringing this information like it's breaking news. Like we haven't Simone dropped a YouTube video today listing the best and worst search to get in her field. Going to have my daughter going to high school watch it. Absolutely. Shout out to Simone, and that'll be super dope. Super dope. That'll that's good information. She's over there working hard. So essentially he's, I guess, purporting this as if it's some type of expose on Juneteenth, or some type of, y'all didn't know this about Juneteenth, the dark history of Juneteenth and all this other stuff. And it's just simply reading. Like, all he's doing is just quoting what happened. It's not like he's uncovering things that nobody knew. If you care to actually read about the emancipation of black slaves in Galveston, Texas, then you would have learned this stuff. And one of the things that I am noticing more and more every day, I'm confirmed in it, but I'm seeing it more and more every day, is that when people finally take the 5 minutes to read something, it blows their mind to the point that they think that nobody who read this or understood this didn't get it until they read it. And it's one of those things, as people who create content or are front facing, public facing or whatever, that they have to have this type of energy when it comes to this video. So one thing that I will say, that he's not lying in the video. He's very, very misinformed. However, he's very, very emotional about the things that he's reading. And this is a perfect example of what I am talking about when it comes to not only bring a level of emotionality that did not exist back then to the historical context, and also people just not knowing history and then speaking about it, and then of course centering white people in it. So let's get into it.
Juneteenth. What does it mean to tell me I'm free, but I have to remain quiet about it and return back to the plantation? That's the literal words of General Granger. I'm about to read them to you.
Hold on. Before we even get there, because we're going to watch this whole video. The caption of this tweet is, "Did you know on Juneteenth, General Granger's orders explicitly advised freed people to, quote, remain quietly at their present homes and work for wages, ensuring continuity in plantation production." Yes, we did know that, consciously. We did, bro. We read the quotes. We read the documents. The people who actually study history, yeah, the answer is yes, emphatically yes. Even this is what I'm talking about. Just the premise alone, the did you know, and then also framing the emancipation of your ancestors as something that is somehow negative because you don't understand the historical context. So remain quietly at your present homes and work for wages. So it's like you do realize that for the most part, many slaves didn't get paid for the labor that they did. And we're going to get into all of that. But that the caption should already let you know that this is some garbage. But we're going to watch it.
The freedmen are advised to remain quietly at their present homes and work for wages. They're informed that they would not be allowed to collect their military posts and that they would not be supported in idleness either there or elsewhere. See, the newly defeated Confederate soldiers and the plantation owners, aka masters, was worried about, man, they finna come down here and mess up our way of life. You know, I know we lost. I know we was some treasonous traitors, but y'all gotta look out for us.
So,
and what you think General Granger did?
So, this is what I'm talking about right here. All of that is sauce. All of that is your 21st century emotional spin on the events that happen, which is hit or miss when it comes to, you know, extrapolation and historical narratives, right? So this was a miss. This was not about placating the Confederacy. This was about maintaining order and maintaining peace. And when you are coming, approaching this topic or approaching the history, and you're approaching it with this emotionality, you're automatically going to deem that whatever is being said that black people can and can't do because you love centering white people, it's going to either be good or bad. It's either going to be good or evil. And when you approach it that way, you're automatically, especially when it's telling you to do something or not do something and ordering you around, you're automatically going to have an air of this is the oppressor, this is white supremacy, and all these other things. And what he's failing to realize is that throughout the Civil War, as the Confederacy was losing ground, right, that was where you're going to get the most slave rebellions and the most slave riots and things of that nature, where they were literally helping the Union troops raid plantations and burning them down and gaining their freedom that way. Many slave men, black men, gained their freedom by becoming Union troops and just enlisting or signing up to be a part of the troops and fighting in the war. So whenever Union troops would, let's just say, raid a plantation to, fight against the state, because this is war, they would use the bodies, the people there as troops. And that was a way to be able to get your freedom if you fought in the Civil War. So during this time, you have to understand that upheaval, revolts, rebellions, all of these things are on the table for black Americans. So we did not have more bloodshed, and we did not have an upheaval of white people being all paranoid, black people feeling the need for revenge or revolt or rebellion. Hey, remain quiet. See what Conscious Lee is doing. He's approaching this again with 21st century appeals or sensibilities. So he thinks when he reads "remain quiet" that Granger means that literally, and that's not what he's saying. He's saying remain peaceful. He's not saying don't celebrate, because if that was the case, then we wouldn't have Juneteenth. Now, would we? He's not saying be quiet and saying in the sense that you're not supposed to make a noise, but be peaceful. And when it comes to the safety of your ancestors, you would rather have the Freedmen's Bureau come as a conduit or as somebody that can play as an intermediary so you can move. It's better strategy that way. Now, you can agree or disagree with that. That's totally fine. But to think that this was only said to further subjugate black Americans to the appeasement of Southern white people is a weird way to look at this. But this is what a lot of them do, is that they'll center white people in the narrative. They'll center the sensibilities of whatever they put on these white people to be the gospel. And so people are watching this video, listening to this goofball talk about this stuff in this way. And what do you think they come away with? First of all, he's approaching this on a day that we are supposed to be celebrating the emancipation of our ancestors in Galveston, Texas, albeit 2 years and some change late, by showing the quote unquote dark history of the ancestors or of this historical event. So he's already approaching this like, imagine you're in the middle of a Juneteenth celebration, and this guy, he comes and says, yo, do y'all know that we were supposed to remain silent and work for wages? And it's like, dog, yes. Like, what do you want us to say about, like, you killing the vibes for what? Now, listen, I'm known for bursting bubbles. I'm known for, being the opposite of that meme where it's like the dude, like, let people enjoy things. I understand that. But this is not a bubble you're bursting. You're just turning a positive story into a negative one to be able to, I guess, have shock value, to say, so people can give you pats on the back and attaboys and saying how smart you are. But this is not the contrarian take that you need to take when it comes to your ancestors. Because you're, again, instead of focusing on the celebration of the people who were literally celebrating their freedom, to be like, yo, well, look what the white people were saying. Look what the sentiment of the white people were. Or this white man was. And it's like, dog, who cares? He literally just said that your ancestors are free from slavery. Why do we care that he wants people to remain quiet? And then on top of that, you are approaching this literally. Like, you literally think son means don't say a word, be quiet. And all he's saying is don't revolt, don't rebel, don't leave, because we don't want anything to happen to you. We don't want any race riots or anything like that to happen. Wait till the Freedmen's Bureau get here. That way we can sort this out amicably. And also, you are going to remain working, and we're going to pay you for it. I want people to know that it wasn't the work that was the issue for the slaves. I promise you, it was the enslavement. It wasn't the work. And what happens again? We talked about this already. Booker T. Washington talked about little boys during his day making synonymous working hard with slavery. And this is exactly what Conscious Lee is doing. That how dare they require American citizens to work? Let's watch.
This man's proclamation on June 19th reinforced the priority of keeping the formerly enslaved population at work on their respective plantations. In addition to stated worries about lawlessness and private discussions about the loss of political power, the primary concern for Galveston authorities appeared to revolve around the impact that emancipation would have on the cotton production. I'm born and raised in Texas, grew up celebrating Juneteenth my whole life. But when I read these historical excerpts, man, June 19th...
Man, what? Man, what? These are not new quotes. You said yourself that you have been celebrating Juneteenth your entire life, which means that at any point in your life, you could have read the direct quotes from General Granger about whatever he was, his intentions were, or whatever his purposes were. Your whole life you had the opportunity to, but now you Googled it, and now all of a sudden, because of your 21st century sensibilities that you're going to apply to 1865, you're totally missing the historical context. And I'm telling you, you are not a good historian if you're going to take away the historical context. You have to. Because one of the things that people don't understand, especially in the 21st century, is that, all of these other countries around the world, while America was freeing slaves, they were buying more. They were doubling and tripling down on slavery worldwide. Worldwide. People don't talk about that part, though. And what happens is, y'all have gotten so emotional and so weird that you can't even tell the truth anymore. They will sooner call you an Uncle Tom for telling the truth than giving you, pats on the back for keeping it funky. But these are the people that supposedly keep it real the most and all of that. These are the people that tell the truth and all that other stuff. But they be lying. One of the major things that people like him have a problem wrestling with is the white people who were against slavery since slavery came to this continent. Nobody talks about them. Why not? They existed. They aided. So this is what I'm saying. When y'all want to censor white people, y'all only want to censor the white people that y'all don't like, so you can create the narratives that you want. What about all of the members of the abolitionist societies? What about all of the members who took up arms because they were against slavery? What about all of the people who petitioned the government day in and day out, session in, session out, about how immoral, wrong, and backward America is for still using slavery, despite the world not feeling that way? There's correspondence with the Eastern world, the Arab world, the Asian world, and how they felt about slavery. And they were like, yo, I'm never giving up my slaves. Are you kidding me? I'm never doing that. So what we are seeing here, especially with 21st century contemporaries, is that they are so privileged in their historical lineage. And I say that privileged, because you got to understand there's lineages of people right now who were enslaved when our ancestors were enslaved, and they still are. In 2025, in the 21st century, their lineage is still enslaved. So the privilege of you having the reason why you have this morality in the 21st century is because a lot of this anti-slavery morality existed then. This is not unique to you. This is not even unique to your race. But people don't want to accept that. It's white man bad, black man victim. That's what y'all walk around believing. And you also have to understand that there are going to be people who are indifferent. They're not for slavery. They're not necessarily against slavery. They just want to live their lives. And the reason why I don't castigate those people is because that's what many of us do in America. All of the slave labor that goes into the creature comforts that we enjoy in the United States, we ignore it. You know, we'll tweet a little bit, we'll complain a little bit online or whatever, but you're not about to give up your iPhone. In fact, you're going to get the newest one when it drops. You're not going to, go hard about the, creature comforts that you enjoy. You do not care for real. You're indifferent. If somebody were to ask you, are you for slave labor? You would say, no, I'm not for it. But if then somebody were to tell you that everything that you enjoy for the most part is coming off the back of slave labor, you're not going to give up your Starbucks. You're not going to give up your McDonald's. You're not about to give up none of your creature comforts. One would say that actions speak louder than words. So while you can say you're against slavery, your actions speak a little bit differently. But I'm going on a tangent. The entire point that I'm saying is that when you remove the historical context of history, you're not even getting the story correct. You're all over the place. And this is what he's doing. He's misconstruing what he would think this stuff means in the 21st century to what was actually happening in the 19th century.
We're told to remain quiet about our freedom and return back to the plantation post we've been working at. That wasn't enough, though. The day after Juneteenth, because by that time the word got around to the plantation owners, to the enslavers, to the old sword-losing Confederates. So then General Granger issued another message. All persons formerly slaves are earnestly enjoined to remain with their former masters under such contracts as may be made for the present time. Their own interests as well as that of their former masters and other parties requiring their services renders such a course necessary and of vital importance until permanent arrangements are made under the Freedmen's Bureau.
No. Let's go back, because he kind of, yeah. So let's go over this one more time so we understand what's going on. And we're going to keep the historical context when we do. All persons formerly slaves are earnestly enjoined to remain with their former masters until such contracts as may be made for the present time. Let's go line for line. So, what it's saying is, yo, let's go to the second line. Their own interests as well as that of their former masters or other parties requiring their services renders such a course necessary and of vital importance until permanent arrangements are made under the auspices of the Freedmen's Bureau. What he's saying here is, yo, hold tight. You and your former enslaver or your former master or your former employer, however you want to frame it, you come to terms for your services, right? So you're going to be paid for your work now, but you are going to remain here until the Freedmen's Bureau comes, and that way we can make permanent arrangements. This is just a holding period until the Freedmen's Bureau comes. This is the next day he said. The next day he said this. So when it comes to your 21st century viewpoint on it, it's like, oh, they're detaining these people, they're keeping them, they're forcing them there. No, what they're saying is, if you do leave without the Freedmen's Bureau and all that other stuff, you are now going to be in danger, essentially. You're going to be at the whim of whatever mob or whatever's going on out there. It'd be better for you to have essentially protective custody instead of being out there on your own. That's what they're saying. That's what this is. Until the Freedmen's Bureau gets here, we'll pay you for your work. And then once they get here, you guys can figure out permanent arrangements if you want to move, if you want to stay, whatever it is. Because one of the other historical facts that people don't like is that there were many slaves who didn't want to leave the plantation. It was many slaves who were unsure, uncertain, and doubtful what to do now that they have been freed. So one of the easier options for a lot of them was to remain on the plantation but get paid for their wages. Because again, the issue wasn't the work. The issue was the enslavement. You being worked to death and all that other stuff, 16, 18-hour days and all that was due to your enslavement. Because you didn't have any rights as a citizen. But again, we are taking all of this autonomy and agency away from the ancestors to be able to make sound decisions. All I am saying here is, when it comes to this particular part, this makes sense, even if you disagree with it. This is what happens. Y'all go read these old stories, get yourself all upset because you don't want to accept particular parts of historical realities, and this is one of them.
Under the Freedmen's Bureau. It gets worse than that, though. I would argue we're taught a sanitized version of Juneteenth that absolves Union soldiers for really being some suckers in line for the Confederates to not only get off easy, but for them themselves, making a little compromise and be like, we ain't gonna destroy your whole way of living. Sure, crop 'em.
So, what? You are literally reading on the internet historical information that is over 100 years old, and you are sitting there telling me that you were taught a sanitized version, and this is literally the version that was taught. You're reading it. Again, nothing was uncovered since Juneteenth first happened. These are all just old quotes from back then. So when it comes down to you, and I mean that for everybody, when you are getting these stories, it is up to you to be able to research these things. So I don't know what they told him in school or whatever, but because I do most of my research independently, I didn't miss this. Why would I miss the direct quote of the man who issued the freedom? Like, these are not hidden gems. These are not hidden quotes from this man. These are what he was saying as it pertains to the emancipation of the ancestors. What else would they have told you? These are direct quotes.
It's the reminder. This is the day after Juneteenth, what General Granger is saying. No persons formerly slaves will be permitted to travel on the public thoroughfares without passes or permits from their employers.
Yes. Dog, son, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all have no idea what America was like at the end of slavery. And I don't even think y'all really fully like, if it was up to you right now in your 21st century mind, I don't think you would be able to handle the emancipation of slaves. I don't think you can actually conceptualize what it actually means to deal with, handle, care for, and respond to the freedom of millions of people at one time. I don't think y'all really understand like the gravity of this situation. There was blood in the streets. Like there was real shit going down. And when y'all are sitting here saying, oh, they want to uphold the state's production of cotton, it's like, do we want the entire state to go bankrupt? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, when we are talking about, this goes back to what these Marxists do. They only know how to destroy. These socialists, they only know how to destroy. So when they hear that, yo, Texas is powered by cotton, because I know everybody makes that synonymous with slavery, but it's like the sale of cotton, the growing of cotton is what is trudging things along economically in the state. And it would make sense for the state to still be a state, even though slavery is gone. Okay? Slavery is bad. Growing cotton isn't. This is what I'm saying. But y'all have made all of these bad things synonymous with good, just objectively neutral things. There's nothing deep. Like, why are you demonizing the production of cotton? And you're wearing cotton right now. Like, I don't get that. You're not anti-cotton, are you? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, the logic. It's not even logic. It's the emotion. The emotionality of this. Yes, it would be nice for Black American Texans to be able to live in a state that is not completely and totally bankrupt and destroyed. But again, when you lead with emotion, you don't have any foresight. You're not thinking, past 5 minutes past your face.
Or congregate in buildings or camps at or adjacent to any military post or town. I'm not lying or capping, and then this is what was printed in the Galveston Daily News right after Juneteenth. We are glad to learn that General Granger and our Provost Marshal General are both practical men and not theorists. They look upon emancipation not as freeing the Negro from all obligation to labor, for no human being, white or black, enjoys such freedom, but simply as changing obligation to work without stipulated wages, to an obligation to work, one more time, to an obligation to work.
Correct.
At such reasonable wages as they may be mutually agreed upon.
Yes. Yes. That's liberty. Yo, that's literally liberty, you idiot. Like, I don't understand. This is what I'm talking about. Yes. In the document, in the quote, it says, neither white or black person is above the requirement and the obligation of working, but somehow this is some white supremacist type of rhetoric. In some way, the person literally said, nobody is above needing to work, the obligation to work. This is what I'm talking about. Do you know how nation building works? Do you know how community building works? Do you think when all of our ancestors were building towns, that there was a person lying around not doing anything? You think that was allowed? You think when they're building all of these black towns all throughout the country, during this time, by the way, that they wanted grown men who wanted to be idle and not do anything? Do you think that would be conducive to black liberation? Do you think that would be conducive to the advancement of the race? To be idle and to do nothing? Again, not understanding the historical context. We are glad to learn that, General Granger is not saying, because this is, again, what Booker T. Washington was talking about. This is not saying that you're not required to work. as an American citizen. It's saying that you're not required to work for free anymore. Again, the work was not the problem. Slavery was. The crops were not the problem. Slavery was. Carpentry, blacksmithing, any type of that vocational or industrial work was not the issue. The fact that it was done under the threat of the whip, the fact that it was done for free, the fact that it was done unfairly, unjustly, and overall unconstitutional. What's going on, Sammy? Like, it doesn't make any sense for you to take offense in the 21st century that the state or the military will still require black Americans to work. Like, did you think that now that slavery is abolished, we on like a forever vacation? Where do you think these innovations come from? Doing nothing? But this, again, when you're dealing with these Marxist, leftist, socialist weirdos, this is how they frame the history. They frame it as if we were not supposed to be working simply because slavery is abolished. It says it right here. Practical men, not theorists. That's who you are. You're the person that talks about what things should be. You're the one that critiques reality instead of accepting it. We are glad to learn that General Granger and our Provost Marshal General are both practical men and not theorists. They look upon emancipation not as freeing the Negro from all obligation to labor, for no human being, white or black, enjoys such a freedom. Literally nobody enjoys that. Nobody enjoys it. So why would black Americans be exempt? But simply as changing obligation to work without stipulated wages to an obligation to work for such reasonable wages as may be mutually agreed upon. Yes. What is the issue? Why are you highlighting this as if this is some dark history about Juneteenth that not only we didn't know, but should be mad at along with you and your emotional self? Yo, man, all I know is there was a time where black men were some of the most stoic men you would ever meet. Not devoid of all emotion, but knowing how to regulate it, knowing how to understand things, knowing how to comprehend things and not just take things for how they feel about it. This man had his entire life to read all of this stuff, be able to ingest it and understand it in a manly way, read it, and he still came away with it, crying and complaining, even though what is happening right now is the literal freedom of his ancestors. Do you know how ridiculous you have to be complaining about the freeing of your ancestors? Now listen, I am not one of those people who is lost on that Juneteenth in this proclamation came more than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation happened in January. Well, technically September 22nd, 1862, and then January 1st, 1863. So we talking more than 2 years later, it finally gets to Galveston, Texas. So that, yeah, you can complain about. But the actual freeing of these people in real time, to look back and complain, is insane to me. It's insane to me. This white person, whoever they are, in the Galveston Daily News literally said, yo, we salute these guys because they understand that this is not about freeing black Americans from having to work at all. It's about freeing them from slavery. And for some reason, you took offense to that because, again, y'all don't read this stuff with the historical context in mind. You read it with your 21st century emotionality and then try to make sense of it through your own sensibilities. And you look ridiculous. You look foolish.
As they may be mutually agreed upon. It get worse than that, though. So on June 19th is when he get into Galveston. On June 22nd, he gets into Houston. And what does he tell them? The freedmen in and around the city of Houston are hereby directed to remain for the time being with their former owners. They are assured that, and by so doing, that they forfeit none of their rights of freedom. And the agent of the government whose business is to superintend the making of contracts between freedmen and those who desire to employ them is expected to be here soon. In the meantime, the freedmen are advised to be patient and industrious. I ain't gonna bore y'all with too much of this. I'm turning a YouTube video, but why I say,
yo, fam, like, what do you think, yo, son? This is one of the best possible things to do. Yo, don't wander. Don't wander off because, yo, listen, there's going to be certain people, of course, who have family in other places and stuff like that. I'm not saying that they don't understand that they are on a large, piece of land. Obviously, it's the United States, it's the United States. I get that. But what you are failing to realize is it's better to do this. It's better this way. And then when you think about it like this, think about any disaster fallout. Similar things happen this way. It's ordered. Because chaos in the streets while a flood is happening or a wildfire is happening or anything like that, like a natural disaster is happening in any given area, they give you instructions. They give the populace instructions on what they should do based upon the events that are going down. That's all this is saying. Let's go back and read it. The freedmen in or around this city are hereby directed to remain for the time being with their former owners. They are assured that by doing so, they forfeit none of their rights to freedom. We're letting you know, we're reassuring you, and he turns his nose up at that, which is nuts, because if you were a slave who just got freed and you read that, you would be, that'd be a sigh of relief, because it may be a little jarring for you. You may have had plans to leave. But for right now, for the time being, we're just asking everybody to remain where you are. The agents are going to come. They're going to sort this out. Now, again, I'm not sitting here saying that this is, it's above reproach. I'm not saying that because I'm not a fan of government at all. But what I will say is that some of the things that kept Black Americans safe during this time were the federal troops. Were the Union troops. We all talked about the compromise of 1877, to where one of the things that was stopping the lynchings and all of that other stuff was the intervention of the military protecting its citizens. Now, the Freedmen's Bureau is, a government entity and stuff like that. I'm not a huge fan of them, just off the strength of the way that they handled the bank. But what I'm saying is, when I'm seeing these decisions being made historically, I'm not taken aback so much that I'm so shocked that they would want to have the former slaves, remain in a particular place to be able to have it better sorted out, as opposed to having a free-for-all for everybody just to run off and be able to get caught up. Because there's mobs of white people that want them dead and all that other stuff. There are groups of former slaves who, being a part of the American zeitgeist as far as the history of the rebellions, and revolts and stuff like that, seeking to do similar things. Like, this is just a way to try to mitigate as much bloodshed and as much chaos as possible. But all we look at it as far as the 21st century contemporaries, is that, they're just trying to hold them in slavery. Keep them in bondage. That's what they want. Then he alludes like sharecropping and all this other stuff. Yo, these people are literally saying that these things are being mutually agreed upon. And you still won't give your ancestors the autonomy. They're literally saying that, you're no longer You're no longer being compelled to work for free. You now can negotiate what you deem is proper wage. And you're able to go back and forth about that. Now, I know the contemporaries are going to say oh, it was exploitive, and they had the white man had the upper hand and all this other stuff. It had to be mutually agreed upon. Give your ancestors that much autonomy, please. Give them that much. Give them that much respect. Some integrity, some dignity, some type of self-reliance, self-governance, self-efficiency. Some of it. Jeez.
To be patient and industrious.
Be patient and industrious. Don't stop working. I don't understand, son. Like, do we genuinely make work and working synonymous with slavery just because slaves worked? Do we? I mean, like, think about it like this: are we gonna make drinking water or bathing synonymous with slavery because you need to drink water and you need to bathe? Your body has an obligation to you, and you have an obligation to your body to keep it clean and to hydrate it at the very least. You're obligated to do that if you want to live. You're obligated to work. I don't understand why that's a problem. Sammy says it was practical advice. The state was intervening to deter abuse from disgruntled slave owners. Clearly, this was simply logistics. Logistics ain't never clean cut. It's messy. The pretty part is the legislation. The ugly part is the implementation. Not going to get it all the way right, but you can clearly see that this was a mitigative tactic. Not a constricting one. Not an oppressive one. This was for the greater good. So there are going to be some white people that don't like this. There's going to be some black people that don't like this. How many slave owners do you think wanted to kill or get violent or revolt? How many black people do you think you wanted to do the same for different reasons? So, hey, listen, everybody remain calm. That's what remain quiet meant. Remain calm. The black people, you can't stop people from celebrating. Like, show me a single time where a body of people are able to celebrate and be happy about something, and then some other governing body says you can't celebrate. That doesn't happen. Singing, dancing, and clapping your hands and all that other stuff, you cannot, unless you're going to literally arrest people, thousands of people, hundreds of people at a time for clapping their hands, singing and dancing and celebrating. Like, you gotta be kidding me. They weren't literally saying be quiet. They were saying remain calm, keep the peace, keep order. Listen, we're going to keep some order around here. Everybody go back to work. You're going to negotiate with your former owner what you want to be paid. They're going to negotiate what they're willing to pay. Yeah, we'll come to an equilibrium, a number that y'all both can agree on, and you'll be paid from here on out. This is no longer your slave. So you cannot abuse them. You can't just use them for free labor. You cannot do that anymore. This is a two-party situation. One party, you still have to work, but you will be paid for it. The other party, hey, you don't own them anymore. They're not your property anymore. That's what this is about. But then we have 21st century emotional dudes making TikTok videos about how messed up this was. The nerve.
I ain't gonna bore you out with too much of this. I'm turning a YouTube video, but what I say in closing, General Granger said, no encouragement or protection will be given to those who abandon their present homes for the purpose of idleness.
I want to keep reading because it can be some more context here. If found in this city without employment or visible means of support that we put at labor, look.
Notice how the word idle or us doing nothing but
man, I gotta find this because I know he's again taking more context out. Because it said if you were found, there we go. If you found in the city without employment or visible means of support, they will be put at labor cleaning the streets without compensation. That's it. That's something that you can prove. If you literally, like, yo, look, you immediately get a job. You immediately get a job. So, we're saying that, yo, basically, make the agreement with your slave owner that you work. Boom. If you are out, because this is what I'm saying, you got to think about the things that they are saying. Let's read it again. No encouragement or protection will be given those who abandon their present homes for the purpose of idleness, for the purpose of doing nothing and being unemployed. You may not like this, but this is a good thing. We don't want to encourage idleness. We didn't even do that. I want y'all to know this, and y'all just gonna call it respectability politics or internalized white supremacy. But most black towns had idleness laws. They had vagrancy laws. It wasn't just white people. Black people didn't want a bunch of dudes laying around not doing anything. If we go back to episode 2 of Hotep history, Black American towns, the wife of the mayor said that, yo, in our town, there is no man on the street Monday through Friday during work hours. Not a single man in our town is allowed to be unemployed. That is a black rule. But again, you get introduced to these laws by white people, so you think that this is a white rule. No. Who wants an idle, able-bodied man? Who wants a man that's just going to lay around and not do anything? This doesn't make any sense. But then you attribute these standards to white people and not your ancestors. So it says, no encouragement or protection will be given those who abandon their present homes for the purpose of idleness. Boom. If found in this city without employment or visible means of support, they will be put at labor cleaning the streets without compensation. We're not going to kill you. We're not going to whip you. We're just going to put you to work for free. And it wasn't even like, yo, we're going to just put you in any random manual labor. Like, no, you're going to clean the streets. You want to lay on the streets all day, you're going to clean them. But again, y'all take everything as an affront to black people for some reason. It'd be things like, yo, maintain yourself. Look like you have a job. Be able to show, hey, I work here. I work on this plantation. I work at this hardware shop. I work at this place. But of course, y'all get y'all history from movies, so you think every single cop, every single white man, every single white woman is the devil. There's no neutral or good white people whatsoever in your historical narratives. But this is simple. The Watcher says, secure the bag before leaving with no work. Makes sense to me.
Purpose of idleness. Notice how the word idle, or us doing nothing because, hey, shit, we ain't working for free, so we must be doing nothing. How that word is something that's always been prescribed on us to justify criminalizing us or erasing us. Education is elevation, and the history of Juneteenth is some dark shit.
Dog.
We've been lied to about Juneteenth.
We've been lied to.
Tell me,
like this, the whole premise, son. The whole premise of this video is nasty, son. It is nasty. First of all, not a single thing. I don't know who taught you, but not a single thing that I've been told about Juneteenth was a lie. Because not a single thing they told me about Juneteenth refutes or contradicts the things that he read in this video. Not one thing. I want to know what specific parts of this video he believes he was lied to about the holiday. Was it the requirement for black Americans to work? Was it that? Was it being anti-idleness, which black Americans were? Like, what about Juneteenth were you lied to about? I'm dead. Like, I don't understand. So, yeah, son, I don't get it, bro. I don't get how he turns this into something dark, yo. Yo, listen. If there was like a proclamation of enslaved people's freedom, and then after that they were like bombarded by a bunch of white people or a bunch of people like trying to kill them as soon as they ran off the plantation, then yeah, I'd be like, yeah, that we would definitely lie to. He's reading the truth and calling it a lie. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, what do you exactly, Watcher? Like, I don't understand the logic here. But look what he did. And of course, this one didn't take off like some of his other videos do. He got 150. But let's see what the comments is saying on this. I'm interested. What up, Memphis? What's going on, man? I just want to shout y'all out, man. All my day ones, man. I gotta shout y'all out, man. Watcher, Sammy, Scruggs, Glasgow, Memphis, Watcher. I appreciate y'all coming through every time you see the red circle, man, or every time y'all see my tweet. And listen, man, we got a good show lined up tonight. We just getting started. You dig? Sammy. Yeah, they be super grifters. Sammy, you asked me a question last night, G. We can research it tonight. I forgot what it was. I'm not gonna hold you. I forgot what it was, but we can get into it tonight. Yeah, man. Like I've been noticing. So you got the consciously dude. You got the dude I was telling y'all about yesterday or the other day or whatever, who be pandering to the women. The dude with the glasses and in the sheets for curtains. Him. And then you got the biscuits and grits dude. And there's a fourth person. I'm telling you, it's four of these dudes. It's like the four horsemen of Black American destruction. I'm trying to tell you, man. Like, that's what's up, man. I appreciate it. My man Memphis said got the finals on mute but tapped into the live. That's what I'm talking about. Hotep. That's what we talking about. I don't know what's going on with this post. But since we're still on the subject of Juneteenth, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to give you guys a little bit of history about it. But not only the history of Juneteenth, but the history of the many, many emancipation days of Black America. See, I don't know if y'all know this, but June 19th is not the only emancipation day for Black Americans. There's several others. As a matter of fact, I think there's one for like every season, but most of them take place in the summertime. So it's like, yo, we can honestly run this whole summer for real. I think we got June. Yeah, we got May. No, shit, we go even further. We got April, May, June, July. We got August. We got September. And so we got the whole summer. Everybody with no edge ups. You got to factor in the mindset of people who can't read. And I ain't going to lie, man. I don't know what's worse. A dude who don't read or a dude who reads the garbage. I would have to say the dude who don't read. I would take a dude who doesn't read at all, clean slate, blank canvas, than a dude like Conscious Lee or do y'all know the gap tooth dude's name that be doing all of the pandering to the ladies and doing all of the pandering to black people? Y'all know his name? The dude, he got the glasses and he be waxing poetic about black shit and black women and all of that. What's his name? But him, like, I believe that those two dudes out of the three read. I don't know if Grits and Biscuits or whatever. I don't know if Grits and Eggs he reads. I don't know. Let's see. Scruggs says, I've raised my children on the saying, if you don't work, you don't eat. They all pull their weight around the house to keep everything running. Exactly. Exactly. It only makes sense. It only makes sense. This is what I'm talking about. When we talking about concerted efforts, when we talking about community, when we talking about advancement, black liberation, and all of these other dope things, why do you think you can opt out of the work? I sincerely want to know what makes you so special. Oh, you talk about slaves. Got you. But I really want to know what absolves you of your obligation to work. And I ain't going to hold you. That's how you know in the 21st century. Was good, Bert? Another day one. In the 21st century, we don't have to work as much. Like the obligation to work is there, but Justin. Okay, that's his name. The obligation to work is there, but we have a lot of leisure work. We got a lot of leisure work. Like the gig economy. I'm not saying that these people don't work hard. I worked gigs before. You dig what I'm saying? But it's like being like a DoorDash driver, right? I would say that's more wearing on your car than your body. Wearing on your mind than your body. You drive your car. You pull up to the restaurant. Sometimes the order is ready. Sometimes it's not. So you got to wait. You put the order back in your car. You touch on your phone a couple times. You drive to the crib. You drop the food off. That's it. It's not like you lugging pounds and pounds of crops, or you lugging lumber, or you building a house, or you in the sewage system, anything like that. All of those jobs still exist. But it's like when we're talking about a lot of these people who get paid from their mind and not their hands, these people don't have the same type of appreciation for work as the manual laborers. The manual laborers have a different relationship with just the concept of work, let alone working, like actively working. Manual laborers have a more consciousness around the concept of working. They understand it more fully than the other people who just get paid or work with their mind. You dig what I'm saying? So when it comes down to these dudes who are getting paid to think, they don't understand hearing things like the obligation to work. They don't understand that when they hear it, they get offended. Like, yo, you're obligated to work. Scruggs is raising his children, and they have the obligation to work to help keep the household running. That's what your ancestors did too. You have an obligation, son. You are required to work. There's not a soul living that's not obligated to work. I don't care who you are. You have to work. So let's see what we got. The H302 fruit water dude is a fraud too. I can't stand him. I can't do TikTok. I don't even know who that is, bro. I have absolutely no idea who that is, man. But God bless. Hopefully he never come across my timeline. So yeah, back to what I was saying. So there were many emancipation days throughout Black American history. Many of them. The first one, without Googling, and I don't even think y'all gonna get it right if you did Google, but don't Google. Anybody in the chat can tell me the first Emancipation Day celebration in the United States. I know it's gonna take a little second for y'all to catch up with my with the stream, but the question is, the first Emancipation Day celebration in America. Let me know in the chat. I'll wait, because we gonna chill tonight. Put your guesses in the chat. Put your guesses in the chat. The very first Black American Emancipation Day. Yo, how have we already been talking an hour, yo? Yo, Tom be flying on stream, son. But anyway, I can't. Yeah, we've been streaming for over an hour already. That's so crazy. That's so crazy, yo. Tom be flying when you streaming. Let's see. We got some guesses in. We got the 4th. Bert says the 4th. I have no idea. Memphis says probably South Carolina, maybe Mississippi. I'll say this, Bert. You're the closest. You're the closest, Bert. Justin does have a few tomatoes in his words in the word salad. That's a fact. That's a fact, bro. He be serving up nothing but warm word salad. But yeah, Bert, you're the closest. What's your guess? Come on, y'all. Well, give me y'all guesses. Telling y'all, yo, y'all, these are the wonder years right here, y'all. Like, where it's just us, it's just a few of us up in here. You dig what I'm saying? But yeah, come on and tell me. Anybody got any more guesses before I tell y'all? All right. So, let's watch the video first. It's a very short video. It's less than a minute long. Let's watch this. Let's see.
Emancipation Day in Knoxville, Tennessee saw an Elks revelry. The scene is Club Society, where there gathered notable entertainers and celebrities. Certainly every elk in town turned out, plus lots of visitors from elsewhere in the state. There was loads of fun for old and young. And the jitterbugs flitted around. A great organization, the spirit of good fellowship, combined with hot music and an occasion worth celebrating. It all added up to a grand time had by all.
So that was 1945 in Knoxville, the Elks Lodge. Now, I have a video coming soon about the history of the Black American Fraternal Orders, and the Elks are in there. The Knights of Tabor are in there. It's a whole bunch of them that I've been researching, and of course, what I was telling y'all about the Boule and the Divine Nine and all that other stuff, they'll be mentioned in there again. But for the most part, it's going to be focusing on the Black American Fraternal Orders, the mutual aid societies and stuff like that. They pretty much were the precursors, the precursors to life insurance companies, and a lot of them were run by pastors, reverends, ministers, and stuff like that, because it was rooted in like Christianity and the church and all of that stuff. And it's dope. It's a good rich history. Good rich history. So that was 1945. And the broadcast here is called the All American News. All American News was created by the U.S. government to be able to bolster support from Black Americans in World War II. So a lot of it's like reels, different reels and stuff like that. Like that's what news reels, that's what news was back then, just pretty much news reels. And it's just different aspects of Black American life. So whether it be, of course, the actual veterans in the military and stuff like that, or whatever innovations that schools who were participating in the war effort, like black schools, I want to say Tuskegee Hampton, and a few other black institutions were instrumental. I mean, we all know about this Tuskegee Airmen, but even in that, you know, there was just participation from the Black American institutions and stuff like that. So you'll have that. You'll also have like Black Family Life, parents, teachers, and stuff like that. Carter G. Woodson is featured in one of them. It was dope. It was just a glimpse, but it was for the support of the war in World War II. So this was just showing like, hey, we're not, you know, we're Americans. You know, it's trying to boost the patriotism in Black America. So of course it's like, here's things that are going on, you know, across America with Black Americans and stuff like that, to show that they not only support Black American patriotism, but they want you to support the war effort. So that was it. You know, some could call it like soft propaganda, positive propaganda. I'm not opposed to propaganda. I'm only opposed to propaganda that's like detrimental. This is good propaganda. Objectively speaking, it's literally highlighting positive parts of Black American history, or Black American life rather. So let's get into it. All right. So the very first Emancipation Day was July 5th, 1827 in New York. So technically, Bert, you're correct, but technically you're not. And we're going to read it. These are, you know, my words anyway, so it's fine. Let's get into it. On July 4th, 1827, so good guess, Bert, New York's Gradual Emancipation Act of 1817 took effect, freeing approximately 4,600 enslaved people, or about 11% of the state's black population. Due to the risk of racist violence during Independence Day celebrations, Black Americans chose to celebrate their emancipation on July 5th, known as the 5th of July. The 5th of July. So that was the original Emancipation Day for Black Americans. So they like, yo, listen, these white people are going to be all up in arms and all of that, and then we going to have to kill and die, you know what I'm saying? And this is 1827, so this is like slavery is still going on, you feel me? So yeah, they chose to do it the next day. Now I do want to touch on the Gradual Emancipation Act, because they had these all throughout the North. They call them like gradual emancipation, but it was another one too. Gradual abolition. Gradual abolition. And this was, like it says, the gradual abolition refers to the legal process of phasing out slavery over time rather than through immediate emancipation. This approach was adopted by some northern states in the late 18th and early 19th century. So late 18th means the end of the 1700s. The end of the 1700s. You dig what I'm saying? So when it comes to this is what I'll be talking about when it comes to y'all putting everybody in one race in one box. Because if we have white people, because like ain't no black people making laws in the 18th century. We got white people literally saying like, yo, we are against slavery. A lot of the Quakers gave up their slaves early. You know, I want to say it was even before 1780, but let's just say 1780. So this is almost 100 years before the ending of slavery. And this is what I be talking about. Y'all don't want to acknowledge that this was a ongoing thing. Like, embrace this part of history, yo. Because there are countries where it was done deal. We're not gradually doing nothing. We're not gradually ending or abolishing anything. It's lit over here for slavery, and we're gonna keep it lit. But these things matter, yo. These things matter. The fact that America has been a part of America, has been against slavery since the 18th century. Since right around the time, like, yo, if 1776 is the birth date of the United States, and by 1780, They're like, yo, we gotta get rid of slavery. That's lit, dog. Like that's objectively a good thing. That as soon as we've incorporated or if we've, started this entire, United States here, one of the first things in the first few years of this, and I don't even think that we had a president at this time. I don't even think we had a president in 1780. Like, when did George Washington become president? Come on. Yeah, he didn't become president until 1789. So, like, we didn't even have a president at this time. And they were talking about ending slavery, son. They were literally passing laws to get rid of it. By the 5th Pennsylvania General Assembly. All right, prescribed an end for slavery in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in the United States. It was the first slavery abolition act in the course of human history to be adopted by an elected body. I want to say that again. It was the first slavery abolition act in the course of human history to be adopted by an elected body. Like, what are we doing right now? Like, what could y'all possibly be complaining about for real, for real? Well, I'm not sitting here saying that this is all of America. Obviously, there were politicians, congressmen, what have you, that were like, no, we are absolutely for slavery. We need to keep it in the United States. We need to keep it in this country. We thrive off of it. We survive off of it. We want more of it. The more slaves, the better. But understand, there's always been populations of white people who were against slavery. So, let's see. A draft bill for the gradual abolition of slavery was initially presented on August 21st, 1778. So now we 2 years after. It eventually passed, March 1st, 1780. Matthew Hughes of Buckingham Township, Bucks County, is credited as the author and chief advocate of this of the legislation. He was the great-grandson of Judge William Bowles, an early Pennsylvania legislator and justice of the First Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. He was also a great-grandson of Governor Samuel Jennings, the first elected governor of West New Jersey. You dig what I'm saying? So when y'all get to telling me about, the legacy of slavery and all this other stuff, it's like, yo, why we don't ever talk about the legacy of white men and women who were against it? We only give the people who were for it any shine. And this goes right back to my whole thing about y'all be centering the oppressor, or centering, like, you look at this through the lens of the oppressor. You don't look at it through the lens of these people. You look at it through the lens of, like, how Conscious Lee just did. Oh, look at this nefarious stuff that they're doing. They said that they have to be paid to work now. And they're saying that they have to work now. And they're saying that they can't be idle. Look at all of the stuff, this bad stuff that they're saying. It's like, yo, bro, this is simple shit. Like, I don't understand. Why are you against this? So, yeah. That's a part of American history as well. And I would argue that you wouldn't even get where we are without these pieces of time, or throughout time, leading up to the Emancipation Proclamation. Let's see. Scruggs says there were talks of ending slavery when the Constitution was written, but they didn't put it in to make sure the Southern colonies will back the revolution. Shout out to Scruggs. So, as much as slavery is a part of American history, so is anti-slavery. They were thinking about this when they were drafting the Constitution. Come on now. The day featured parades, speeches, and gatherings such as the Mother AME Zion Church in New York City, where William Hamilton spoke on the historic significance of the event. The tradition continued for years, but declined after 1834 due to anti-abolitionist riots and a shift toward the August 1st celebrations tied to British emancipation. It was revived in 2020 as Abolition Commemoration Day, observed on the second Monday in July. Okay, so that was that in New York City. Shout out to them. Shout out to the ancestors, the New York ancestors, as a New Yorker myself. So the next one wasn't for some decades, and I ain't gonna hold you. I'm sure that there were some between 1827 and 1862. It's just that I wanted to be able to get this article out to you guys so we can go over it for the stream. Says on this day, so April 16th, 1862, District of Columbia Emancipation Day, Washington, D.C. On this day, President Abraham Lincoln signed the District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act. This bill freed over 3,000 slaves from the district. From then on, April 16th was celebrated by Black Americans as their official Emancipation Day. It was recognized in 2005 as an official holiday in Washington, D.C. So this is 1862. Memphis says, facts, that's one of the main reasons that it took 20 years to ratify the Constitution. They was fighting about it. They were fighting about it. It wasn't this foregone conclusion like, oh yeah, nah, slavery forever for life and all this other stuff. No, it was a battle. It was nuanced. It's something that we had to think about. It's something that they had to think about, yo. And I wonder, yo, when it comes down to these historical events, I wonder how much better my contemporaries would do. I wonder how the white liberal women that taught me in public school, or the white liberal men that taught me in public school, if they were put in charge of an entire country, how fast they would abolish slavery. When you, as the leader of your country, or the leaders of your country, have to take into consideration everybody and what the people need and want, and you have an entire region, well, it's pretty much all throughout the country, but you have entire places, entire states being like, no, we want to keep slavery for A, B, and C reasons. 1, 2, and 3 reasons. And then you got another group of people in those same areas being like, no, we need to end slavery for A, B, C reasons, and 1, 2, 3 reasons. And you can just sit here saying your 21st century contemporary mind that you would abolish it. It's easy to say. It's easy to say, but I don't know. I don't know. I personally believe I would too, but I can't say for sure. I had to think about it. I gotta think about it. They be slow to it. You know, they look at us as children. Yeah. That parentalism that I was talking about. And you know what's so funny? I want to say I found something about paternalism. Yeah, I did. Yeah, hold on. Let's get into that too. Paternalism. I'm just tweeting something, y'all, so I could put it up on the screen. But we're gonna get into the paternalism, spontaneity of human intellect. So now let's go to my Twitter. But yeah, the paternalism, it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing. I just tweeted it, so it should be there. There we go. I just tweeted this. I tweeted it just for the live. I might delete it But it says the intellectual life can prosper only when liberty of conscience and thinking are cherished. It has seemed to some among us that of late our American life has drifted too strongly toward paternalism. Possibly this drift has been caused in part by the inconvenience and dangers of social disorder and anarchistic propaganda. But let us not in our war upon these perils forget that while they may violently destroy, paternalism will inevitably stifle and in time will kill all spontaneity and outreaching of the human intellect. Americanism then at least comes down to this. We want an Americanism that will produce men and women that are not only self-reliant in the practical sense, but who also are self-reliant, strong, outreaching, fearless, creative in the spiritual sense. And such men and women can live and do their part in the world if we have a particular kind of law and a particular kind of liberty, a liberty-making law and a law-abiding liberty. Like the Pilgrims and the Puritans who created our institutions, like the patriots who made us an independent nation, like the men who saved and consolidated our union, and like the men who now have given their lives to save the whole fabric of civilization, we must continue to make and to safeguard such law and such liberty. Yes. That's a fact. But anyway, back to the post. So next up is January 1st, 1863. Obviously, because that is the literal day of the Emancipation Proclamation. Like, that's the literal day. So that only makes sense that they would celebrate or make this a holiday. So this was an advert that I got out of the archives today just for y'all. And it says Boston Music Hall Grand Jubilee Concert, Thursday afternoon, January 1st, 1863. In honor of the day, the proclamation, the emancipation of the slave, the spirit of the fathers, and the Constitution. Yeah. So that was January 1st. Abraham Lincoln gives the Emancipation Proclamation, says that slaves are free, no longer slaves. So it says the exigencies of the war have made necessary, I'm probably pronouncing that word wrong, in the judgment of the president and as an exercise of the military power of the government, the issue of a proclamation emancipating all persons held as slaves in such states as shall be in rebellion against the federal government on the 1st of January 1863. Confident in the belief that this first day of the new year will prove the complement of the 4th of July 1776 in a new era in the history of the Republic. When the soil of America, hallowed anew by the sacrifices of so much heroic blood, shall no longer be trodden by the foot of a slave. We propose to celebrate the occasion by a musical festival at the Boston Music Hall on Thursday afternoon, January 1st, 1863. The proceeds of the sale of tickets to be appropriated to the benefit of the freed slaves under the auspices of the Educational Commission. So we already, the money is going right to our education. Leading musical artists, orchestra, and chorus heartily consent to lead their aid in the program of music presented will, it is hoped, be worthy to give voice to the feelings of the hour. So that was January 1st, 1863. That was Emancipation Proclamation Day, which for me, I don't understand. Like, I get that New Year's is a thing. I get that July 4th. I don't understand. Like, we'll wait. Because y'all know what I'm about to say. So I say it should be no surprise that the actual day Black American slaves were made free became a day of celebration. On January 1st, 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, and immediately after, Black Americans began celebrating their freedom. One of the things contemporary people discount is just how patriotic Black Americans have been historically. When you research the ancestors, you'll see countless instances of them celebrating their country and the freedom they fought for. All right. After that, we have September 22nd, 1863, Ohio's Emancipation Day. So again, I say in the article here, if you've noticed, okay, this stuff has been varying state by state. Like New York, Virginia, Mississippi, all of these different states have different Emancipation Days due to just varying different reasons. The word got to them at this time. The military didn't make it there until that time. Whatever the reason is, these are the different dates that they celebrate. So another historical fact you may not know is that the Emancipation Proclamation came in two parts. On September 22nd, 1862, President Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation. 1 year later, Ohio declared the date their Emancipation Day. 1 year later, Ohio declared the date their Emancipation Day. While this wasn't as formally celebrated like some other states, Black American Ohioans did celebrate the day. All right. And then we have May 8th, 1865. So now we've made it to 1865. All right. They called it the Mississippi's 8-0 May Day. You know, like Tubbo Lard or whatever. 8-0 May. So the 8th of May is an Emancipation Day observed in parts of Mississippi, such as Columbus and Natchez, commemorating the May 8th, 1865 announcement by Union forces that freed enslaved people in eastern Mississippi following the Confederacy's collapse. This date is closely tied to the Confederate Lieutenant General Richard Taylor's surrender of the Department of Alabama, Mississippi, and East Louisiana to Union General Edward Canby on May 4th, 1865, at Citronelle, Alabama, and General Nathan Bedford Forrest's surrender of his cavalry forces to Union authorities on May 9th, 1865, in Gainesville, Alabama, near Mississippi's border. Celebrated with festivals, reenactment, and church events, the 8th of May underscores Mississippi's distinct emancipation history. Now, from my research, Mississippi actually has two dates for their emancipation days. All right. After that, okay. Well, this was supposed to go before it. I gotta put that in chronological order. But a month before that, April 3rd, 1865, Richmond, Virginia's Emancipation Day. All right. So again, it is all based upon the war and, you know, everything like that too. So the fall of Richmond on April 3rd, 1865 marked emancipation in Richmond, with Black communities celebrating through songs and gatherings. And this photo is of a parade in 1905, Richmond, Virginia. So this is them literally celebrating. You see it all through Richmond. And I think this is super dope. And then after that, you had the 12th of May, which was Florida's Emancipation Day. So the 20th of May is recognized as Emancipation Day in Florida, commemorating the pivotal moment on May 20th, 1865, when Union Brigadier General Edward M. Jesus Christ. General Edward M. McCook officially announced the Emancipation Proclamation in Tallahassee, effectively freeing approximately 62,000 slaves in the state. So that was Florida's Emancipation Day. And then, of course, you have June 19th, 1865, Texas Emancipation Day, a.k.a. better known as Juneteenth. This is a Juneteenth celebration in 1900, I want to say. So shout out to that. On June 19th, 1865, Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and issued General Order Number 3, proclaiming the emancipation of enslaved people in the state, effectively enforcing the Emancipation Proclamation over 2 years after its issuance. This announcement sparked joyous celebration among newly freed black Americans. Conscious Lee told you that they had to remain quiet. It was just silent on the plantation. That they couldn't celebrate. That's what he told you. That's what he told you. Yo, I really think that's one of the things he believes he was lied to about. I think he thinks that when it came down to the news, people weren't allowed to celebrate. I think that's what he got from it. I think he thinks that there was a non-celebratory clause or, you know, a law that said black people couldn't celebrate. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he believes. So the announcement sparked joyous celebrations among newly free black Americans who gathered for prayers, feasts, and community events. Now known as Juneteenth, the day is commemorated nationwide with festivals, parades, and educational programs celebrating the end of slavery and the resilience of black American communities. This is just a short list of different states that celebrated black American emancipation. There's plenty more. Unfortunately, some states stopped celebrating their specific states' emancipation days and eventually just celebrated on Juneteenth, but their stories still hold a rich history that everyone should know. Thank you for reading, and happy Juneteenth. So that was my contribution to the Emancipation Day, festivities and stuff like that from a historical standpoint. I don't ever hear about these different locations and dates when it comes to their Emancipation Day. I did learn. I knew about which one? I knew about the DC one. I didn't know about the others. Of course, I knew about the Texas one. So I learned something new every day. I encourage all of you to learn something every day. So that is Juneteenth, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have any questions about Juneteenth? Any questions at all? Any questions at all about Juneteenth before we move on? Yeah, we gave the first hour and a half to Juneteenth. That dude won't even come to debate Naheem. Yeah, dog. He don't want to see Naheem. He don't want to see Naheem. So check this out. Naheem and we interface all of the time. And we are cool with each other. And we still fact check each other. That's how thorough we are. Neither one of us allows the other to make claims without sources to back it up. We've had soft debates since we started following each other. We're two grown men with ideas and ideals, and sometimes they clash. But 9 times out of 10, it's all about, oh, this is not just your opinion. This is actually backed by something. Because that's how we talk. We'll say things matter-of-factly, one, and then without the source. So you want to make sure, like, hey, yo, where are you basing this off of? That's all. It's just a source check. That's pretty much what our debates be. Like, yo, what's your source? Cite your source. So I was popping it about communism, how communism has ruined everything. The Marxists, the socialists, they have ruined the black American zeitgeist. And my man Chad O. Jackson, he go even harder than me, so I need to turn it up a notch. He go way harder than me. We'll get into that in a second. But yeah, I was going in, and Naheem was like, yo, I'm not saying you lying. I just want to know, like, where you getting this from? Like, what's the scholarship behind this? And you know, I had the video ready to go. He watched the video and was like, oh yeah, nah, Brother Dubes is on it. Oh, Brother Dubes know exactly what you're talking about. Sammy says, got me looking it up now. Georgia's Emancipation Day was May 29th, 1865 in Thomaston, Georgia. Yes, I saw that one. Look up the other one that was in Mississippi as well. As a matter of fact, that's a little fun homework for you. Look up your state's Emancipation Day. I'm sure they have one. Even if you were up north. I'm sure they have one. But yep, Thomaston. Yep. I saw that too. I couldn't get as much information as I wanted to on it, so I left it out. But like I said, there's plenty more. There's plenty more. Plenty more. So, for the second half of the stream, we're going to be talking about communism again. And now, I'm not going to hold y'all. Great question, Memphis. Great question. Memphis says, what would have been the first thing y'all did when you found out you were emancipated? All right. I'm definitely hitting a couple yippies and hoorays for sure. I'm going to jump up and click my heels for sure. But I'm trying to keep it in the historical context. I would definitely find some alcohol. Definitely find some music. Okay? Whether it's my mans that got to play the music or whatever. And I'm dancing with my lady. That's the first thing I'm doing. I'm dancing. If I got kids, I'm dancing with my family. We're going to celebrate right there on the spot. Now, I ain't going to lie. I'm going to want to get up out of there. I'm going to want to get up out of there. Personally. I'm going to want to, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, for me, it'll be like the ultimate ending of the shift. Ending of the shift. Like, we've had, we've worked. It's not like we work 24 hours a day, so we've gotten off of work before. But, like, this is really getting off of work. You dig? So, yeah, I would wanna travel a little bit. But now, here comes the ordinance. Right? The ordinance comes and says, yo, Doe, Hotep, you gotta stay on the plantation and work. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you, Memphis. I wanted to dip. So, you know what? That's within that vein. The you got two choices. You got one, stay on the plantation and work for money, or risk it. Leave the plantation, risk getting caught, because you remember you ain't got no job. You ain't got no job, so you can't. If you get caught up, that they hey, where's your working papers? Like, who you work for? Can you support yourself? Because getting caught up in travel, so you got to worry about the white mobs, the white slave owners that's trying to put you back into slavery, and you also got to duck the police, who, if they catch you not having a job, they're going to make you clean the streets for free, for no compensation. So which route are y'all taking? I think I have a different answer if I have a family. If I'm single, I'm out of here. I'm taking the chance. I'm out of here, Memphis. Memphis, I'm out of there, son. I'm out of there. I'm gonna find my way. I'm gonna have to just go at night. You feel me? And I'm gonna make my way up out of there every night. I'm gonna find some place to hide during the day, get low, try to make get my miles in. You know what I'm saying? You got to get your miles in, and during the day too, but you got to get most of your miles in at night, so you still got to find a place to rest. You feel me? Memphis says, I know the parties would have been lit, but I for sure would have dipped right after. And he also says, dang, I didn't think about that, plus Confederates were still around. Yeah, it's a war going on outside, son. It's shaky outside, son. It's shaky. Yo, you can do it, though. You can do it. I feel like I would only do it if I was single, son. I can't have the wife and children. I can't have my wife and children like behind me, and we got to duck dogs, we got to duck police, we got to duck slave owners, we got to duck disgruntled Confederates who lost everything. Like, man. Sammy says, I imagine the ones who were single were more ambitious and willing to risk it with the white mobs. For sure. For sure. Like, I got to get the hell up out of Texas, son. I got to get the hell up. As long as I can make it to Mississippi, Alabama, or something like that. I got to get up out of here. Memphis says, yo, if I'm single, I'm gone. With a family, I'll be up at 7, son. Because I'm saying, you free now. This is one of the choices that you make as a free man. Do you stay and, you negotiate wages with your former slave owner? Or you like, fuck out of here. I'm out of here. I'm gone. Y'all can't catch me. Next time y'all hear from me or hear about me, I'll be in Mississippi, nigga. I'll be in New York City by the time y'all hear about me, Jack. I'm out of here. I'm agitating the gravel. You hear me? I'm gone. But if I got a family, if I got a whiz, I got kids, man, listen. Let me go take my ass to work in the morning. Let me take my ass to work in the morning, man. Real shit. But I tell you this, though. I'm starting super high, son. I'm starting at triple. Whatever you was willing to give the white man, I need triple that. And we're going to work our way. We're going to negotiate like that. We're going to be negotiating for half the day. Because this is what it is. Yeah, you can't just pay me what you want or not pay me at all. You got to argue with me about how much is a reasonable wage. Let's get to negotiating. Start me off. I need $50 a day. They be like, $50? Are you absolutely out of your mind? Are you mad, man? Let's look it up. You know we got to do it. Let's do it. Yeah, we agitating the gravel, Sam. So what's $50? What's $50 in 1865? How much is that? Yeah, I need $1,000 a day. Yeah, that's my start. That's my entry level, nigga. I need $50 a day every day that I work. Let's start at that number. Shitting me? I'm gonna show y'all what would you pick cotton for $300 an hour? Yes, you shitting me? That's legit argument. Single me versus married dad me, two different people. That's a fact. I'm taking all the risk. Yo, Memphis is crazy. Memphis says, remember how the ground was shaking in The Lion King when the stampede happened? That would have been me. Facts, yo. Nah, Memphis, so that would have been it. All right, so check. We negotiating or me and the guys is out of here. Yeah, always overshoot. So check this out. So that's the two options. You could do it dolo, or you could get the guys and being like, yo, it's Doe, it's Memphis, it's Sammy, it's Scruggs. We all take turns being the navigator, like when it's at night or in the daytime. You feel me? Like, yo, we all take different shifts, going to sleep and all of that throughout the night, and we up out of here, son. If we work together, if the 4 or 5 of us work together, son, we can get to Mississippi, bro. We can get to Alabama, son. We can get out of Galveston. We can make it, son. I got a cousin in Montgomery. I got a cousin in Jackson. You feel me? Memphis got to know somebody in Memphis. Like, yo, if we make it to Tennessee, we Gucci. I got a cousin in Memphis. He already got a farm. All we got to do is make it there. Y'all ever seen The Warriors? Oh, we giving movie ideas. That would be so fire. So y'all seen Warriors, right? Y'all seen Warriors. They had to get from one side of the city. I forgot which boroughs it was, because I know they ended in Brooklyn. They went to Coney Island. But whatever borough they started in, they had to get from that side of town to the other side of town. We need a slave era warrior style movie where, yo, General Granger is like, yo, if you leave here, we're not We're not protecting you at all. You are on your own. And it's 5 black dudes, former slaves. Like, you know what? We out of here, son. We out of here. We gonna leave at 2 o'clock in the morning. And it's gonna take us 2-3 weeks to get to Memphis or wherever we going. And for those weeks, those days, or however long it's gonna take, we gotta survive, son. We gotta survive. That movie would be so fire, son. Oh my God. And you already know it's all types of historical narratives, like slave narratives and all that other stuff. You feel me? To get from Galveston, Texas, to go from, you got to get from Galveston, Texas with your guys to Memphis, Tennessee without dying. Without dying. You know what you're going to be coming up against? First of all, your former slave owner knows that you're not accounted for. So boom, wanted posters immediately. We fugitives off the rip. Now, we ain't going to have the Carmen Sandiego lady on the radio. You know what I'm saying? Being like, oh, the guys are making it through. Then hopefully the Klan doesn't get them and all that other stuff. And then you see the Klan come. You got old Confederates who tight as hell. You got treacherous black people. Traitors being like, oh, master, he right here. They right here. Can I get my reward? Yeah. Let's see. And we need a boat, Memphis. We need a boat. Yeah, you right, Memphis. We need a boat. Now we got to acquire a boat. Oh, my God, son. This is like Red Dead Redemption mixed with GTA. Like, this is fire. Sammy says $100 per bale of cotton. What this libertarians be saying? What's this libertarians be saying? Slim profit margins? Yeah, it's gonna be slim profit margins from here on out. I need it all. So yeah, we gonna band together and escape, and we gotta keep each other alive for how long it takes to get us to another state. However, if I'm staying on the plantation because I got a family and all of that, oh yeah, we starting the bidding off at $50. So, all right, $50. He gonna tell me that's too high. So 25 will be what? A little bit over 500 or something like that. Yo, or a little under 500. He's still gonna tell me no. So we just gonna keep working our way. All right. How about because I'm gonna be like 50. He gonna be like, get the hell out of here. I'm like, all right. I was tripping. $25. He gonna be like, oh, I almost called you a nigga. All right. He gonna be like, hell no. I'm gonna be like, all right, 15. What's 15? Almost 300. Memphis says, I read a book similar to that where dude was trying to find his wife that was sold off a few years before emancipation. It was wild. I think it was called Freeman. All right, for sure. I gotta check that book out. Was it fiction or nonfiction? Was it like a fictional novel, or was it like a non-fictional account of what happened? You dig? So $15. I don't know what's going on. $15 would have been a little bit under 300. So we getting there. I probably would have settled because, like, I ain't gonna hold you. The average job today, does it pay that much? Like about $200 a day. So, boom. I say 15. He hits me with the highest I can go is 13. You feel me? He say $13 a day, which is that's good pay, bro. For 1865, how much you gonna make? $250 a day. I ain't mad at that. We agreed at $13 a day. My wife get $13. We bringing in $500 a day for the family. I ain't mad at that. Cause we gonna stack that up. If we anything like Junius Groves and his wife, or Philip A. Payton Jr. and his wife, we gonna bubble that $13. We gonna bubble that $13. I'm trying to tell you. But that was funny, y'all. That was funny. What would you rather do? Stay on the plantation or leave? Knowing that you ain't got no protections or nothing from anybody. Freeman by Leonard Pitts Jr. That book was crazy. I'm going to tapping into that book very shortly. All right, so we're going to finish, and I think this will be great. This is how we're going to end the night, because we already at 10:30, y'all. Can y'all believe that, yo? That we've been on here for 2 hours already? It's incredible, fam. It's so incredible. So let's go. Yeah, let's go to the library. Hope y'all enjoyed that Patreon post. I'm doing my best to get it more out there to y'all. You dig? It's been super difficult creating videos. My laptop is super wacky. So, thank y'all for subscribing. More videos will be coming, though. Don't worry. I may just have to outsource it to a video editor after I record the script. More than likely. So we left off yesterday, right before we got into Manning Johnson's book, Communism, Color, and Common Sense. Historical fiction. Okay. For sure. And, sorry about that. Manning Johnson, I told y'all before, was a staunch communist for 10 years from 1939 to 1949. Became a top-ranking black American communist, a leader in so many different ways. And he grew, as far as like he matured and realized that communism, like, a lot of these other guys, you dig what I'm saying, was a dead end, and it wasn't for the advancement of black Americans. So from 1949 to his death in 1959, Manning, was a staunch anti-communist, and he did everything to expose their tricks, to expose their deception. So let's get back into that. You would hold on. Of the National Negro Commission that whole. All right. Many of these black communists. Johnson joined the Communist Party in 1930, rose through it, centered themselves in the movement, or call out the racism within their circles. They were. So let's see what we got in the chat. Memphis says sharecroppers were only getting like 25 cents a pound. Let's get into that. How much was 25 cents back then? Vincent, what's good, beloved? How am I doing? Did I earn my 2 bullseye emojis yet? Let me know, Vincent. You gotta let me know if I earned my 2 bullseyes. So 25 cents in 1865 was worth about $5. So they were getting about $5 a pound. All right. So $5 a pound. This is crazy. The stream is super laggy, but So $5 a pound. How many pounds? What was the average? Average cotton. A standard U.S. cotton bale is approximately blah blah blah. I should have said bale weight, right? 480 pounds. Though some bales may. Nah, that can't be. How much did the bale of cotton weigh in 1860? 400 pounds. They said 400 to 500 pounds. So I ain't gonna hold y'all. Oh, of course, Jason. Of course. You know, we was over here joking. So Jason says, I don't disagree with wanting that high money, but likely you and the family will probably be around 5 to 7 per day. Depending on some places, it might be 50 cents to $2. No disrespect. Of course, no disrespect, man. We was over here having fun, man. We was creating GTA missions during what's the name? During slavery, or the ending of slavery. So let's see, 493 times. Let's do 450 pounds. That's $2,200. That's $2,200, dog. Like, I ain't gonna hold you. That's a pretty penny, man. But then, of course, when you talking about sharecropping, a lot of the sharecropping deals was 360 deals. I tell y'all that. A lot of the sharecropping deals was 360 deals. So, first of all, you started off in debt with a lot of them because they fronted you the land, they fronted you the work, they fronted you the seeds, the tools, and all this other stuff. So, yeah. You know, a bale of cotton is 400 pounds and you get paid, $5 a pound. But what happens when you $1,500, in debt? And I want y'all to know something, son. I want y'all to see the interest rates on these sharecroppers. It was nuts, fam. It was insane. And after this, we got to get back to it because I don't want to be messed up with time. Sharecropper interest rates. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Sharecroppers often face exorbitant interest rates on goods purchased with credit, sometimes reaching 50 to 100% annually, trapping them in a cycle of debt. There we go, Vincent. There we go. I got my 2 bullseyes. There we go. We lit. That means I'm on the money. So sharecroppers, for every $1 they borrowed, they had to pay back $1.50 to $2 for every $1 that they borrowed. So you could have an amazing year. You can have an amazing year, son, and you still got to double just to break even, son. Just to break even. And so what happens is more times than not, these people obviously couldn't pay back their debt. So of course the debt will be rolled over. So, I lend you $500 worth of equipment, whatever you need. You got to pay me back at the very least $650 to $1,000. You only get $700, but you need another year's worth of crops. Another year's worth of seed, clothes, whatever it is. So I'm just going to roll over the next debt. And then before you know it, you owe me more than what you can ever make. And then that goes into, instead of 50% of your yield, I need 75%. I need 80%. I need all of your yields. Yeah. Here we go, Memphis. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I'm curating a great chat right now. Because Memphis, okay, he's hitting me with good knowledge here. He says, and I think most men would do 75, 100 pounds on average. That's why they had to have so many children. I say that all of the time. Survivability and family go hand in hand, especially in the past. Especially in the past. That's the reason why they had 7, 8, 9, 10, 13 children. Because we can get it done. We can make bread. Like, we can get us out of the situation. It's forward thinking. I know, again, people are going to be like, oh, my God, it's because of the poverty and all this other stuff. It's like, yo, dog, we're all obligated to work. We're all obligated to work. Nobody is above it. I don't like the deal, obviously. I don't like them taking 50% of my yield and then hitting me with 50% interest. Obviously, I don't. But the quicker we get this work done, the quicker we can get up out of this debt. The more work we get done, the more debt we get out of. But if we keep just relying on one person or two people, we're going to stay in this cycle of debt. We have to be able to earn more than we owe. Jason says GTA missions during Reconstruction will be a hot game. Sorry, my message is coming late. They lag heavy in my area. The lag is heavy in my area. Yo, dog, don't even worry about it, bro. The lag is heavy on my side too. So it's all good. We gonna rock out. But let's get to it, y'all. Let's get to it, because before we know it, it's gonna be 12:30 and everybody gonna be tired and wanting to end it. So where we'll be at right here. Yep. So let's get back to it. Turned against usury for show. Some were even killed. Many of these black communists would later denounce or move away from the party. A shining example of this will be Manning Johnson. Manning Johnson's transformation from a dedicated high-ranking Communist Party USA member to a vehement anti-communist figure is a compelling story of ideological disillusionment and active resistance. Born in 1908 in Washington, D.C., Johnson joined the Communist Party in 1930, rose through its ranks, and left in 1940 after a decade of involvement. Oh, my fault. I said 1939 to 1949. It was 1930 to 1940. His shift was driven by a mix of personal, moral, and political realizations, and after leaving, he spent the rest of his life until his death in 1959 exposing and combating communism. In 1958, Manning wrote a tell-all expose about the relationship between the Communist Party and black Americans titled Color, Communism, and Common Sense. So, this book is going to be the first book in the book club. I made the decision after I seen how long Negro in Business was versus how long Color, Communism, and Common Sense is. And I think this is a more prevalent book, especially with how cultural Marxism and all that other stuff is still very much prevalent in Black American, in the Black American zeitgeist, as far as contemporary Black Americans and the historical relevance that even got us here. So we're going to be reading Color, Communism, and Common Sense for the first book in Hotep History's book club. We're gonna get to that. I wanted to start today, but I knew it was going to be a lot of Juneteenth stuff that I wanted to get done. So I'm thinking we may start this either tomorrow or the weekend. He spoke on how he was introduced to the Communist Party in the process of his ascension among their ranks. Quote, I was lured into the Red Movement by way of the American Negro Labor Congress, one of the many front organizations set up by the communists to trap the naive, unwary, and unsuspecting idealistic Negro. Now, we saw that the American Negro Labor Congress was founded in 1925 by, I forgot which one of those dudes, that was in this video. So he was funneled in through one of those groups. And I want to say, I love this part of my research. When these things start to just come together and I didn't even mean for them to. I didn't know about color communism and common sense until I started researching for this video. I didn't know about the American Negro Labor Congress until I started researching for this video. So to have them intertwined this way lets me know I'm on the right path. Lets me know I'm on the right path. The use of such attractive and appealing fronts as a means of entrapment is the most important serpentine method of the Reds. After 2 years of practical training in organizing street demonstrations, inciting mob violence, how to fight the police, and how to politically throw a brick and hide, I was ready, in the opinion of my leaders, for a top communist school. At a secret national training school in New York City, I was given an extensive and intensive course in the theory and practice of Red political warfare. As a result, I was appointed district organizer by the Political Bureau of the Communist Party in the Buffalo, New York area, one of the vital industrial sections of our country. It was in this position of district organizer that I learned to use secret codes, mail drops, organize clandestine meetings, shake police shadows, and other underground activities. At the same time, I became acquainted with the nature of communist sabotage and espionage. My zeal, training, both theoretical and practical, combined with loyalty and willingness to sacrifice, changed me from a novice into a dedicated Red, a professional revolutionist. Consequently, I climbed rapidly to the National Committee, the highest governing body of the Communist Party in America. End quote. So, that's just a brief little overview on how he rose through the ranks of communism. And if you've noticed, his story sounds really no different than all of the other black men who got introduced to this political and economic ideology. He went to all of the schools, got all of the brainwashing, learned all of the tricks, the tactics, and all of the strategies of communism, socialism, Marxism, all in the same trick bag. And because he was an overachiever, he was a high achiever, he was able to rise through the ranks. And he did all of the things. And when you hear about, inciting mob violence and, how to fight the police and how to politically throw a brick and hide. You dig what I'm saying? Like, these tactics, we see them to this day. A lot of the Black Lives Matter so-called leaders used a lot of these same tactics. This is why this book is so relevant. It's so relevant. Despite his high rank, Johnson and other black communists really didn't have much power within the party. Any and all decisions were made by white communists. In fact, white communists headed the black factions of the party. Johnson explains this in his book by saying, quote, "Under the guise of unity of black and white in the struggle, several top white communists such as James S. Allen, Elizabeth Lawson, the late Robert Bob Minor, and George Blake Charney were placed on the National Negro Commission. These white communists wielded more power than the nominal Negro heads of the commission. In a word, they are like white overseers. Every Negro was aware of the fact that these white overseers constituted the eyes, the ears, and the voice of the Kremlin. Moreover, these white overseers are the surest functional guarantee of the maintenance of the hierarchical, authoritarian control of the Kremlin over their Negro lickspittles, directing the conspiracy among Negroes in America." Dog. Simple and plain. Things that we knew. Things that we could have assumed. But this man is on the inside. Now, we watched from Cyril Briggs, to Hubert Harrison, to Cyril Briggs, to Harry Haywood, to Claude McKay, to Fort Whiteman. All of them come to the same conclusion. That, white people really run this. White communists really run this. They're the ones who actually run this. And anytime that a black person were to speak up for black people, these types of white people, these overseers, would keep everybody in line. Indeed, it is the white group of the National Negro Commission that holds full sway. They flatter one or two top Negroes by making them feel they are actually participating in the formation of policy by consulting with them prior to meetings of the commission. Then these two Negroes are assigned to lay down the line to the other Negroes on the commission. The white members check to make sure they do. Their opinion of what a Negro member says at a meeting can either make or break him. Usually, the Negro who was broken is accused of petty bourgeois nationalism, that is, placing the interests of the Negro above the interests of the Communist Party. End quote. So, again, the way that the video plays out is very similar to the chronological order of my research. I found Manning Johnson at the end, pretty much at the end of my research. I got all of the pro-communism stuff or the communist stuff, and I was looking for the other side of the argument. So by the time I get to Manning Johnson's book, I'm hearing about just the ups and downs of the black communists and coming to my own conclusions. And then here come Manning, boom, confirm all of the things that I thought. All of the things that I thought. See, this is the difference between my contemporaries, right? My contemporaries reading historical books or reading things from in the past, extrapolating it, and then creating, coming away with it with their own ideas and have it not be confirmed by the ancestors. My extrapolation and my understanding was corroborated by the ancestors. By the ancestors who were a part of the Communist Party and became anti-communist. So when I'm like, yo, it just seems like this is just another way for white people to control black American thought, or not even white people, but evil people to control black American behaviors, thoughts, ideas, etc., etc. And then a man who was in the middle of it, a high-ranking officer, is like, oh, hell yeah, that's exactly what the hell was going on. And it's like, boom, me and the ancestors, again, on point. On point. Understanding. Indeed, it is the white group of the National Negro Commission that holds full sway. None of you black communists have any real autonomy under this ideology. That's what they're saying. That's what Manning is saying. That I don't give a damn who was at the top of the heap when it came down to the black faces in communism. What's always going to trump all are the white communist faces. And he names names. James S. Allen, not his whole name. Elizabeth Lawson, Robert Minor, George Blake Charney. He's naming names in this book. He's naming names. And it's like, yo, listen. This, like I said, this was the confirmation from the ancestors. I just didn't run away with this. This is something that was confirmed on the ground by somebody who was in it for a decade. Let's move on. Johnson also explained how white communist women will be used as tools for blackmail and espionage. Quote, in this connection, I observed how white women communists are used as political prostitutes cohabiting with high-level Negro communists in order to spy on them. Through such intimate relations, these white women communists are able to elicit information pertaining to family background, sources of income, marital difficulties, arrests, convictions, opinions on communist policy, and communist leadership. This information is invaluable to the Red hierarchy in their relations with their Negro lick spitters. In top Red circles, this is known as bedroom politics. White communist women are also used to maneuver top Negro Reds into compromising positions that, if revealed, would result in public scandal or disgrace. In this way, the Reds make these Negroes permanently subject to blackmail if they ever consider leaving the Red movement. Moreover, this information is used to destroy the credibility of the defectee should he decide to fight the Red conspiracy. Like, when I tell you Manning is letting all the information out, all of their tactics out. So, bedroom politics. Listen, when your regime understands your weaknesses, they're going to give you all of that. So if your weaknesses is alcohol and drugs and vices and stuff, they're going to make sure that you as high and drunk as possible at all times so you can do their bidding. If they know women are your weakness, they're going to put a bunch of women around you. No matter what it is, if you like notoriety and fame, that's what they going. If that's your weakness, being complimented incessantly by people, they're gonna do that because they want to get you in the most compromising position so they can always use you for their agenda. The communists have been doing this type of subterfuge and circumventing and sabotaging since the very beginning. And after watching the interview with Chad O, I know now that this goes all the way back to the days of slavery. I missed that one. I'll let Chad talk about that. I don't know if we'll be able to get to his interview with Jason tonight, just because we already an hour away from midnight, and that's when I'm closing out. So let's not dilly-dally. But yes, white communist women were used as pawns while using black communist men as pawns as well. A pawn of a pawn. These women don't actually like you, bro. These women don't actually find you attractive or think you're hot and actually want to have sex with you. They are having sex with you so they can get information from you. Any little thing that you complain about, whatever it's about your wife, whether it's about any arrest you had, whatever it is, we're going to get that information out of you and be able to use it against you, especially if you're trying to leave the movement. I'm telling you, these are the tactics of your enemy. It will behoove you to pay attention here. These people are your enemy. They want to see you dead. They want to see you subjugated under the party of communism. And understand that this book was published before the Black Panther Party was formed. So let me see. Let's see what year did he drop this banger. When did he publish this? Sorry about that, y'all. I just gotta. Let's see. 1958. 1958. So about a decade before the Panthers were formed. They could have read this book and saved them. They could have read this book and saved them mad time. They could have read this book and be like, "Oh yeah, nah, communism. That's not the way." I learned that Angela Davis's mom was a communist. Like the rabbit hole gets deep. I can go further. I promise. Communists, understanding the central importance of the black church in the community, set to infiltrate the institution. Communism is inherently atheistic. Some would even say anti-Christian, having no reverence for God or religion in general. Some would even argue that it has a closer connection to Satanism. No, not gonna hold you. Like, Karl Marx was a Satanist. Not gonna hold you. Karl Marx was a Satanist. This one fact has been one of the most historically relevant reasons why black Americans didn't buy into communism wholesale. You would have pockets of black intellectuals, who communists equally detested, by the way, be advocates of the party. But the black masses weren't ever buying into a political ideology that disregards their religious beliefs. I had a praying grandmother. That's what that means. That's all that means, that Granny wasn't going. You could convince Granny to give up God. Are you stupid? Granny was not going. I don't care about communism, monumism, Fanyonism, Christ in 5. Straight up and down. Granny was not giving up Jesus Christ for communism. Nah, no sir. No sir. You think she right here, you think she was giving up her God for communism? Better, man, get out her face. This is why communists chose to infiltrate the heads of the black churches. Johnson goes on by saying, quote, White ministers acting as missionaries, using the race angle as bait, aided in the cultivation of Negro ministers for work in the red solar system of organizations. Bribery through gifts, paid lectures, flattery through long applause at staged rallies, favorable mention in the red-controlled press were not the only methods employed to corrupt Negro ministers. The use of sex and perversion as a means of political blackmail was an accepted red tactic. At the same time that all of this was going on at the top, the comrades were building cells below in the church to, quote, guarantee the decisions made at the top will be brought down to the congregation, end quote.
So again, whatever is your weakness, what Kanye say, what's your addiction? Is it money? Is it girls? Is it weed? I've been afflicted, but not one, not two, but all three. Yeah. The communist is like, yeah, that's what you like? You like that? You like how we, come through, give you all of this praise, give you a little bit of bread, give you a little bit of money. You know what I'm saying? Give you a couple gifts, get you a fur coat or something like that. Put your name in bold letters in our newspapers. Shit like that. And then, gotta have your groupies. Hook, line, and sinker every time.
This meant that these black church leaders would now infuse communist philosophy into their Sunday morning sermons. They would preach that Jesus himself was a communist and was against the capitalists of his time, and if he were alive today, he'd support the Communist Party. They even infiltrated the youth organizations of the black church to use as fronts for criminal activity. According to Johnson, Gil Greenberg, a member of the communist youth faction called the Young Workers League, said this in a report to the National Bureau. Quote, for example, in the South, we have more than 300 members who are also members of church youth organizations, especially the Baptist Young People's Union. In this district, Alabama, where possible, we should build units in the church organizations. Why? Because in the South, especially for the Negro youth, the church is the center of cultural and social activity. It is here that we must work. By building our units in the church organizations, we can also improve our work under the illegal conditions, as it will be easier to work in the church organizations. In Alabama, there are certain places in which we can, in a short while, take over the church organizations of youth under our leadership, and then these can become legal covers for our work in the South. End quote.
So they were nasty with it, son. They infiltrating the youth groups. They're corrupting the babies. Now these are supposed to be God-fearing children. And now you got this guy, Gilbert Greenberg, filling their heads up with a whole bunch of communistic garbage, and then using the youth group as a whole as a front for their illegal activities. This is nasty work. Nasty work. This is what they doing to Black America. This is how they are attacking us. They're doing their best to subvert and get in on the inside. Succeeding at it too.
Communists didn't stop at churches when it came to infiltration and subversion. They also created a bunch of organizations that were headed by black communists and created to push a communist agenda. Johnson gives a list of just a few. Quote, the American Negro Labor Congress, the League of Struggle for Negro Rights, the International Labor Defense, the National Negro Congress, the Sharecroppers Union, the Civil Rights Congress, the Negro Labor Victory Committee, the Southern Negro Youth Congress, the Negro Labor Councils, etc., that expose millions of Negroes to communist ideas. This list of sponsors, officers, and contributors reads like a who's who in the Negro intellectual, professional, labor, and religious circles. Through the aforementioned organizations and many others, Negro institutions of higher education like Howard University were penetrated to subvert teachers and students and thus politically contaminate the intellectual stream of Negro life. White leftists descended on Negro communities like locusts, posing as friends come to help liberate their black brothers. Along with these white communist missionaries came the Negro political Uncle Toms to allay the Negroes' distrust and fears of these strangers. Everything was interracial, and interracialism artificially created, cleverly devised as a camouflage of the red plot to use the Negro.
Dog. It's like he understood that people like me who were objective, just outside looking in, reading one side first, coming to my own conclusions, and then being like, no, you are absolutely dead correct. Like all of that suspicion that you had, all of those sneaky suspicions that you like, yo, maybe that was a front for some other shit. You know, you already have been, you know, informed enough to be anti-communist, but not, you may not know fully the just the full grasp or the full breadth of the situation, the full bandwidth of the situation. And everything that I was suspicious about, son, was confirmed in this book. And listen, if this was somebody who lived 10 years, 20 years after this happened, you know, after the popularity of the Black American participation in the Communist Party and all that other stuff, then I would be like, oh, grain of salt. But this man was knee deep in it for 10 years, became a high ranking communist, and is telling me all of this stuff. Real behind the veil type shit. Real exposing type shit. Like really opening everybody's eyes and minds up to what was really going on in these organizations. And I'm telling you, yo, it's just certain things that when you grow up and you reading these histories and stuff like that, yo, something just don't feel right. It don't sit right. It don't make no sense to you. Like, yo, why would our people want to force integration? That don't make no sense. Why would black people be the first ones to jump in on the front lines to integrate someplace that they weren't welcome? That don't sound smart. And you can't find too many contemporary people who are not indoctrinated at the very least who will be like, yeah, like, nah, that seems like a smart tactic. That's what I would do. You know, I every black father that I've ever spoken to, I asked them the question, and I ask y'all, fellas, if you have children, even if you didn't, even if you don't, just conceptually, would you have allowed Ruby Bridges to go to that white school? Would you have allowed your daughter to be harassed every day just to get a public school elementary education? This is not, even if it was, it wouldn't matter, but this is not even like Harvard or nothing like that. This is a elementary school. This is an elementary school for your daughter to get an education. And she already was going to a black school. You gonna put your daughter in harm's way just so she can learn her ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, and how to conjugate a verb? No, you're not. I know I'm not as a father. I got 2 daughters and I'm not. What? I would never send my daughters to a hostile environment for the sake of anything. Sake of anything. End quote. Johnson also asserted that the push for integration was a communist agenda. He gave 3 examples of this. The first was when communists started an intense campaign against the conditions and treatment of Harlem Hospital, claiming the conditions and treatment were due to racial discrimination. In response, black American capitalists proposed the idea to build a hospital that catered to the black community. Unfortunately, black communists and their white supporters strongly fought against the idea on the basis that it would somehow strengthen segregation. The second example was when a popular black real estate dealer proposed the idea of buying land to build a black community to black intellectuals and professionals. He provided maps, facts, and figures for the project. However, the black intellectuals and professionals fought against the idea based on the same ideology of it supporting segregation. According to Johnson, the real estate dealer said the group was, quote, all for integration into white communities. The final example was of a prominent black dentist who built his wealth from an exclusively black client base, but boasted and bragged about buying a home in a white community, being the only black household in the area. To the dentist, living among white people was a sign of social and economic prestige. Johnson commented on him by saying, quote, his only fear is that his white neighbors will sell to other Negroes and move to another area. To him,
and to so many others of his ilk, the very thought of members of his own race replacing his newly found white neighbors gives him conniptions. End quote.
So, exactly what we thought, chat. Exactly what we thought when we thought about integration coming up on our own time, not being indoctrinated by a teacher, just thinking practically on your own in your bedroom or on the bus, in your car, wherever it is, you was thinking about it. And it didn't make any sense. This is exactly why it didn't make sense, because it didn't. It didn't. So the first example was, yo, we believe racism is happening, discrimination is happening. So all of the black capitalists, all of the industrious guys, we was talking about S.B. Fuller, right? They say, all right, bet. Hell no. Right here. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm going to work on that lag too, fellas, because that lag is kind of wicked. But yeah, y'all are absolutely correct. They said, the chat said hell no to the Ruby Bridges question, for those who can't see the chat. So Harlem Hospital is below par, subpar, whatever it is. And the capitalists and the industrious and all of that stuff was like, yo, all right, we'll buy and or build a hospital. That way we don't even got to worry about it. And just like the communists, no, that's not good. That's just going to foster more segregation. And that's not what we want. We want integration. So it's like, what? Dog, if you want to integrate after we build this shit, we can let white people come in. Like, why are you tripping? No, that's just more segregation. It's like, yo, dog, relax. Listen to me. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. We're going to own and build the building. And we'll be able to take, you just told us, because I don't know if you remember, but you just told me that black people at Harlem Hospital are being discriminated against, correct? Yes. Okay. So in response to that, we're going to build a hospital that doesn't discriminate against them and gives them proper care. No, that's not what we need. What the hell do we need then? Oh, we just need to integrate into Harlem Hospital some more, and then somehow the subpar care that we're getting is going to get better because more of us are in there. That makes sense to you? That makes sense to you? That, okay, we're being discriminated against in this one particular institution, this one building, and your solution is to have more of us go in there. That's literally leading your people to slaughter. If Harlem Hospital, which I don't think it was, but if Harlem Hospital is wall-to-wall racist doctors and nurses who are going out of their way to give subpar care to black American patients, why the hell would we put more black people in the hospital, in that hospital? Scruggs says, I have 3 daughters and pulled every one out of public school because they tried to play my second oldest as if she had a learning issue. Man, listen, they love to dumb down our babies. They love, and I mean this in like the actual sense of the word, they love to retard our babies. Not a slur, not a joke. They love to retard our babies' mental development. Whole time they didn't have a plan of action to get her caught up. Exactly. They don't care. They don't care. See, I focus more on the history part of them, not doing right by the curriculum. But I've been seeing that new math. I've been peeping that new math and how they want kids to solve these math equations. Like, I see what they're doing to the babies. They intentionally are confusing them with the curriculum, so that way the confusion shows up on the test or whatever it is, and then from those failings, from those bad test scores, from the bad quote unquote schoolwork, they're able to prescribe or diagnose your child with a learning disability, and then be able to prescribe whatever drugs, whatever slow classes, whatever learning disabilities, or the classes for people who are learning disabled and all of that. And now more and more of our babies are being dumbed down, so to speak. And now
it's come to a head. 85% of our babies cannot read at grade level. That's insane. So that was the first instance. The second instance was a real estate developer pitching the idea of creating another black town. Now it would have to be within his lifetime, so I would think this was the 40s, the 50s, where they said, yo, let's pool our resources together. You guys are professionals, doctors, lawyers, dentists, and all this other stuff. Let's pool our resources. Let's build a town. And then, of course, the communists said the same thing they said about Harlem Hospital. Oh, this is only going to bolster more segregation. It's like, yo, what do you want, bro? It's clear that you just want racial agitation. And then the third person, or the third instance of this, were the token blacks. They still exist today. But the token blacks who want to be the exclusive black person in a predominantly white neighborhood. They love that shit. They look at that shit as a badge of honor. They love doing that. And just like Manning said, he said, yo, that dude, he was only tight if they were to sell more property to black people, or his white neighbors would move out and he'd be surrounded by more black people, because there's no prestige to be around a bunch of niggas. Unfortunately to him. Johnson believed there were only three types of people who vied for integration. Quote, those who seek acceptance in white communities only for themselves to the complete exclusion of other Negroes. Mm-hmm. Those who are paid agents of unprincipled racketeering white real estate men, exploiting the anxieties and fears of the white community to reap a financial bonanza. Mm-hmm. And those who are blockbusters. That is a Negro family for whom the Reds or so-called progressives had either purchased or rented a home or an apartment with the full knowledge that its transfer is going to arouse social resentment, bitterness, and hostility. So, well, because I know we're not going to get to it tonight, but Chad speaks on a specific instance of a white communist renting a home to a black couple in a predominantly white neighborhood and then staging the house to be bombed. To try to say that, you know, the white neighbor is not wanting the black people there, bomb the house. It's a real thing that happened. We're going to get into that tomorrow. End quote. If you watched episode 4 of the Hotep History series, you'll remember the segment about blockbusting and how it was used to ignite white flight. Johnson had an anecdote about the hollow symbolism that integration brought. He says, quote, I recently attended a luncheon at the Hotel New Yorker in New York City, sponsored by a very fine and cultured group of Negro ladies. We were served in a private dining room by white waiters and waitresses. There was not a white person present except the hotel employees, yet these Negroes considered this integration. Any one of a number of Negro caterers could have supplied the same service. Mm-hmm. What is more important is that large sums paid to this hotel could have helped develop and expand a Negro catering service. Mm-hmm. Other races have such services which are not considered integrated. Yet the Negro bitten by the integration bug is so naive that he thinks that boycotting his own race and spending his money in a place where he is unwanted and isolated is, quote, putting his best foot forward. One of the officers of the group said, it is good to be seen in such places, as if some special honor had been conferred upon her. She was so carried away with the fact that she could walk through the lobby of a white hotel to a private segregated dining room that had I suggested that it did not mean acceptance, I would have made an enemy. End quote. Dog, this anecdote had me crying when I first read it, son. Son, I forgot where they said Menon was from, but he in New York City, son. He in New York City. And he goes to the hotel And he's sitting down with these black ladies, and these black ladies are just sitting there on some boule shit like, yo, look how nice it is in here. They let us in. We ain't getting accepted and shit. And Manning looking around like, yo, there's nobody in here but the waiting staff. And it's like the room that they put us in is all the way in the back of the hotel's restaurant. Like, you think this is integration? Like, he's sitting there like, yo, like, we could have went to the black hotel. You feel me? We could have went to the black catering service and got better food, more than likely for a better price, and we would have been helping our fellow man. Like, and the thing is, it's so crazy, the way he frames it, it's like, yo, for every dollar that you're not, like, for every dollar that you are spending with white people, you're not spending it with black people. And so you're effectively boycotting black businesses in whatever field that you shopping with the white businesses in. So in this case, we had a hotel having dinner for, you know, it's a private party. We could have had this party at a black hotel hiring a black catering service. So you are effectively boycotting the black hotel and the black catering service because you chose a white one over them. Like, we could have kept this money in the community. And I'm more than sure that the New Yorker, the Hotel New Yorker, really don't give a damn about your money. It's really not in need of it. But the small business or the hotel in the black hotel in your neighborhood, they need that bread. They need that bread. And you over here bragging and boasting that you able to give your money to people who despise you, who don't want you around. You think that's lit. You think that's something to be proud of. This is crazy. It's good to be seen in such places. Why? Why? Why is it good to be seen in such places, Ethel? Why? Why do you care about being seen in certain places? Like, this perfectly encapsulates the us versus them thing. And I hate to do that and divide, you know, our people, but I mean, let's just be honest. They did the dividing first. This is how y'all think. This is how y'all move. We cannot be cool if this is how you move. If you honestly think there's some honor in being quote unquote accepted in white spaces that they traditionally or initially wanted to be exclusively for white people, you are a weirdo. You are automatically telling me that you think the white man's ice is colder. Facts. You bugged out. Can't get with that. I can't go for that. No can do. Yeah, I can't go for that. No can do. Keep in mind that the communists completely understood these negative consequences were going to happen. In fact, they hinged their entire movement on the agitation of race relations in this country to always keep black and white Americans at odds and exploit it for their own agenda. This is where their ideology thrived. It was just a part of the plan to overthrow the United States government. Johnson says, quote, "The communists try to exploit these national, racial, and religious differences in order to weaken, undermine, and subjugate America to Moscow. Like a serpent, they use guile to seduce each group. At no time have the communists even hinted or suggested to any group other than the Negro that their clannishness or tendency to colonize a given area creates a ghetto or quarters. Were they to do so, they will be jeered out of each section as crackpots." End quote. Exactly. Only among black people are you sitting there telling them that, yo, practicing group economics and putting your community first is bad. Nobody else is going for that type of rhetoric. The Asians ain't trying to hear that. The Jews ain't trying to hear that. No other group is trying to hear that. The Hispanics is not trying to hear that. But you tell black people like, yo, you being your people first, your community first, and all that other stuff is clannishness. Like, dog, it's my mans. Me and him went to the same school together. We grew up. This man is he's been a part of my community since I was born. Yes, I'm going to continue shopping with him. Yes, he's going to continue using my dollars to invest in his business so he can grow it. That's the relationship. That's the relationship. I get the goods and services that I need from him, and then he gets the dollars and the support that he needs from me to keep growing. That's the relationship. That's how it's always been, and that's how it's always supposed to be. But then you got these communists coming through and being like, yo, your racial pride or your pride in your community or your pride in being able to spend with your community is misplaced. You need to be spending with other races and multiculturalism and all these other things. But you're only telling that to the black man. You're not telling that to the Asian man. You're not saying that to the Hispanic man. You're not saying that to the Jewish man. You're not saying that to the white man. You are only saying that to the black man, that he needs to be able to give up his determination for his economics, his intentionality for his economics, and be able to put those economics into other places. Shop with other people, specifically the people who don't even want to be around you or take your money in the first place. But if you're going to yell at me and force me to take your money, I'm going to take it. If you run up to me and be like, and I'm ignoring you, all day long I'm ignoring you, and all day long you've been running up to me like with $100 bill, like, take my money. Take my money. You're going to take my support. You're going to take my support. And I'm like, yo, son, dog, get away from me. I don't want you around me. No, you're going to take my money. You're going, here, take this money. I'm like, all right, bro, I'm going to take your money. Like, that's what's happening. You're going to force my hand to take your money. I'm going to take it. Sounds crazy when you hear it like that, but that's exactly what they was pushing on us. They still do. Essentially, saying that black Americans are the only people who are wrong for wanting to build in their own communities. Speaking of fighting against black Americans who did not adhere to communist principles, yo, look how they was talking. This is the Robert Minor dude. This is what a white communist had to say. Are Negroes cowards, or is General Robert Lee Bullard a liar? Like, this is crazy, son. Like, they was going super hard to get black men to become communists, to get black people to become. Oh, y'all can't see it. Hold on, let me show y'all. Look. Are Negroes cowards? Like, yo, look at these headlines, son. The gall. The unmitigated gall. By a dude named, a communist by the name of Robert Minor. Hey, look, Robert Minor. This is crazy, yo. Let's get back to it. The Communist Party went out their way to discredit these people in every way that they could. In fact, it was black communists who coined the Uncle Tom insult. Johnson chimes in on this by saying, quote, in their usually diabolically clever way, the Reds took the name of a fine, sincere, and beloved character made famous in the greatest indictment of chattel slavery and transformed him into a dirty, low, sneaky, treacherous, groveling, snivering coward. This the Reds did in order to make the name Uncle Tom the symbol of social, economic, and political leprosy. Today, the name Uncle Tom among Negroes ranks with the term McCarthyism generally, turning many ministers into moral cowards, many politicians into scared jackrabbits, and many other leaders into hypocrites. No man dare stand up and proclaim convictions counter to Red agitation without running the certain risk of being pilloried. The Reds, their fellow travelers, leaders of the NAACP, and other race agitators. Leaders of the NAACP have created an ideal climate for such persecution. Ironically, the communist definition of Uncle Tom applies to the Negro Red and fellow traveler more than it does anyone else. End quote. So, yeah, that's where Uncle Tom came from. The slur, Uncle Tom, just like the slur, Hotep, communist. What HJ say, wow, communism. Yep. The reason why Uncle Tom is a slur, despite Uncle Tom being the literal hero of the book, that's like having Superman become a slur. You a Clark Kent ass nigga. It's like, wait, what? Bruce Wayne ass nigga. It's like, yo, dog, like, what do you imagine Bruce Wayne being a slur 50 years from now. Who's another hero in the story? Like, dead ass. Like, come on, son. Prince Charming ass nigga. It's like, yo, are you giving me compliments? I could only imagine the first time they tried to get this off. Oh, you are Uncle Tom. It's like, thanks? Like, like, thank you for that? Like, I don't understand. Are you insulting me by calling me the hero of the story? What the helly? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Uncle Tom? But niggas keep repeating it. They keep repeating it. And then they like, it just catches. It becomes catchy. And now Uncle Tom is a slur. Just like Hotep. And it's like, yo, it's the same playbook. So I have like, yeah, I would 100% bet my money on a communist making Hotep a slur. Absolutely. No doubt in my mind. Johnson doubles down on the irony of black communists having to deal with racism amongst their ranks, despite believing that their party was the bastion of racial equality. He details instances of white communists ignoring their so-called black comrades in the street, wanting police protection against black communists despite being anti-police, disallowing black communists from their homes unless it's in the early mornings or late nights, and even threatening black communists if they didn't continue their support for the party. To Johnson and many other anti-communists, this was just even more proof that the Communist Party conned black Americans into supporting its cause with lies of Negro rights. Something that the Communist Party was keenly focused on and particularly good at was propaganda in the media. Again, this was just more communistic tactics, yo. And more people need to know about this. More people will see the communism if they know what to look for. See, everybody has been told, as far as the cultural Marxists and stuff, they have been told to look out for capitalism and all of the perils and ills of capitalism. But nobody has told these people to how to look out for communist propaganda. How to show you that they're playing on you. It's a work. You're being worked. Because look at this right here. Not black power, not white power, but workers' power. Come on now. This is what they do. They're trying to show you that, yo, y'all are only at each other's throats because of capitalism. If you guys were to adopt socialism, then you guys will work together. And it's like, yo, the unions were literally created to exclude black people. How do you explain that? The unions were specifically created to exclude black workers. So please tell me how the union is going to unite the races. Please tell me how that makes sense to you. Inform me on how an apparatus, a business or an institution that was created for the sole purpose to exclude black men or another race out of its ranks is going to help people come together. You're being worked. It's the okie doke. It's the banana in the tailpipe, son. You're being worked on. Understand this. Understand you're being worked on. They portrayed the very worst of society as the status quo of America. Whether it be workers' rights and conditions, housing, or race relations, the mission was to make America look as bad as possible. This was especially true for the portrayal of the black American experience. Black and white communists would highlight racial the Communist Party and the emancipation of the Negro people. What? Nigga, what? Now we started today's stream talking about emancipation. Now, I know there were brief little blurbs and all of this other stuff, but when we spent that hour, did y'all even see the word communism come up when it comes to the actual emancipation of the Negro people? No, you didn't. You did not. Those white people that I was referring to and all of that, they were not communists. They were Christians. If you must know, they were Christians. That's crazy. Tensions happening in the South, and they would also plan and orchestrate these events as well. According to Manning Johnson, he says, quote, "The media of public information is far from free of communists and fellow travelers who operate under the guise of liberalism. They are ready at all times to do an effective smear job. Among these red tools may be found editorial writers, columnists, news commentators, and analysts in the press, radio, and television. They go overboard in giving top news coverage to racial incidents fomented by the leftists, and also those incidents that are interpreted so as to show biased attitudes of whites against Negroes. This is a propaganda hoax aimed not at helping the Negro, but at casting America in a bad light in order to destroy its prestige and influence abroad, thereby aiding Soviet Russia in the penetration and conquest of Asia and Africa." End quote. So, again, when you being played on, especially as it pertains to your nationalism, as it pertains to your economics, your culture, your politics, and all that other stuff, one of the things that are gonna almost immediately happen is detach yourself from the country that you are a part of. And people use Frederick Douglass's, what is July 4th to the Negro and all this other stuff to paint the picture that Black Americans are not American, or America is inherently anti-Black, or all of these other things. And I ain't gonna lie, I believe that type of shit for a long time too. But when you start looking objectively at it, it's like, dog, that's not what it is. It's not. All right. What it's actually about is that when it comes to the world stage, there's half the world that's envious of us and wants to, get closer to us. And then, you be able to use our resources and all of that other stuff, come to this country, enrich themselves, and, all of that. And then you have another half of the planet who hates our guts and wants to see the destruction. And wants to see the destruction of our country. If the entire point is to destroy America, why wouldn't they use Americans to get it done? Why wouldn't they keep telling you, as a Black American, you're not a part of America, that America hates you? Look at all of the racism, look at all of the discrimination, look at all of these isolated incidents across the country that you more than likely never even heard of or heard about. But now that you have, the narrative that I'm going to put on it, on top of just the blatant racism that it is that racism was inherently American. That racism was inherently American. The exploitation is inherently capitalistic, and all of this stuff is inherently going to happen as long as you are pledging your allegiance to a capitalistic system, aka the United States of America. And the more and more people that get disillusioned with their own homeland, their own country, they're open to subversion as a nation now. They're open to being taken over by more than ever, by outsiders. But they're using the insiders to infiltrate. So in the same way that the communists sent white agents into the Black church or into the Black community, communists overall are using the Black American experience, the Black American plight, the Black American issues and problems of the day against them to forge a plan against America. And because you are emotional, like the dude from earlier with the dreads, those that works on those emotional types. It works. You feel me? So Manning Johnson had worked on him for a while, but then he got up out of there. You see what I'm saying? So it works when it comes to that. To be able to subvert your entire country based upon the grievances and the plight of some of your population. And because so much of Black American racial pride is predicated upon discrimination, oppression, and racism from other groups, having racial pride and pride in your country can't even work together in a lot of people's minds. That you can be a proud American. I'm talking about I'm proud to be an American because at least I know I'm free, but also still listen and jam to Frankie Beverly and Maze. Like, you can do both. This is your country. I know that racism happened. I know all of these things happen, but you can be proud to be an American, just like you're proud to be Black. But communists don't want you to do that, because the more loyalty that you have to your country and your neighbor, despite their race, the less effective they can be. They need to keep the races at odds. They need to keep the genders at odds. They need to keep the generations at odds. That's why they get to the youth. They poison the youth against the older generation. They poison the men against the women. They poison the women against the men. They poison the Black against white, the white against Black. They poison it. There are issues there between men and women. There are issues there between generations, young and old. There are issues between white and Black. But they exploit it, make it worse as far as the media goes, and now that's the end-all be-all to all discourse. Now, every white person is a racist. Every man is a misogynist, and every older or younger person is an ageist. That's how they like it. Tumultuous, at odds, because they thrive in that. While everybody else is chaotic, they have order. They have all of the order in the world because they are circumventing your peace, your happiness, your liberation. So while you going crazy in the street, fighting the white man, fighting the Black man, fighting the Black woman, fighting the Black man, fighting the white woman, fighting the white man, all of this shit, they chilling, they sitting back. Because this is their plan all along. They're comfortable. They agitating shit here. I just told y'all about how a white communist literally bombed his own property just to stir up racial conflict. Then Chad he tells me, and I'm going to look into it, how Black preachers would do that. Bomb their own homes and say white people did it. More than likely influenced by the communists. More than likely influenced by the communists. So this is what they want. And at this point, because of a lot of our militant arms, as far as like the Black Power movement and all of that other stuff, now you got militancy coming in, being like on some fuck whitey shit while holding rifles. And being super serious about it. So if you were to say like, yo, dog, I don't hate white people, you and Uncle Tom, you a race traitor and all this other shit. You feel me? Now you are somehow anti-Black because you don't hate white people. And these same dummies that tell you, being pro-Black has nothing to do with anti-white, when all y'all do is center white people in your so-called pro-Blackness. That's all y'all do. And it ain't about making sure that Black men and women are eating healthy and living healthy and having loving relationships and making sure that babies are as intelligent as possible. It's not about being able to own and control your entire communities all throughout the nation. It's not about being self-sufficient, self-governing, having a high trust society. No, it's about making sure that whatever racism, discrimination, oppression that you can find, look under rock, look under, in the between the couch cushions and all of that, to find whatever racism, whatever oppression, whatever discrimination you can find, exploit it, blow it up, and be like, yo, this is our existence. This is what we have to deal with every single day. It's like, yo, dog, you found some obscure story from the backwoods of Alabama. You live in Philadelphia. Real shit. Because I promise you, y'all do not care about white on white crime in the trailer parks. Y'all don't care. Y'all don't actually care what's going on. You only care about what the media tells you to care about. You remember the planes falling out of the sky? Remember that? Remember when the planes was that's all we saw in the timeline. Every other day we saw planes falling out of the sky. That was the hot new thing in the media. And every other day we kept getting plane stories. Before that, it was COVID. Before that, it was police brutality videos. People still have COVID. They don't tell you about, they don't care. Planes are still malfunctioning. They don't care. Police are still killing people. They don't care. It's whatever's hot in the media. And all of this largely is dictated by the media. Largely. And since they control the narrative, they control your emotions. They tell you how to feel. We watched a black man in the 21st century have a complaint about the freeing of his ancestors. He's from Texas, if I'm not mistaken. He had a complaint about it and tried to remix it and call it the dark history, the dark truth about Juneteenth. And it's just a quote of the man who set about Juneteenth. There's no dark history about that. There's no unknown shit that was going on. Everything that you needed to know about Juneteenth was right there. And because your ignorant ass didn't know the full story, you want to indict the history itself for existing and not indicting yourself for being ignorant to the history. Again, it's always the externals problem when it comes to communism. You do not have to do anything if you are communism. Nothing about your situation is your fault. It's capitalism's fault. It's imperialism's fault. It's racism's fault. It's some external shit that's always the problem. It's not you. It's not the fact that you are habitually lazy. It's not the fact that you have next to zero work ethic. It's not the fact that you are mentally ill. It's not the fact that you don't want anything better for yourself. It's not that you want to rise up to the best the best and brightest standards. You want to bring the best and brightest standards down to where you're at so you can feel less like shit about being an underachiever. That's what communism is always about. The lowest common denominator, the lowest hanging fruit, the lowest things that you can attribute or try to be. That's what this is. No self-control, no impulse control, zero stoicism, high emotionality, zero logic, just high emotions. Just look at when y'all rewatch the stream. If y'all rewatch it, you'll see the difference, the levels of emotionality versus the levels of stoicism. And you'll see what's supposed to, not what's supposed to. You see what's more fulfilling at the end of the day. Because I'm not going to sit here and say stoicism wins. Communism has clearly been winning. Cultural Marxism is steeped in Black American culture at this point. Steeped. It's almost becoming synonymous. But people like me exist. You guys that are black in the chat exist. So almost, because we still exist. They ain't wipe us all out. But if we don't get back to where we need to be, culturally, economically, politically, and socially, we're all going to be cultural Marxists. Eventually. One of the conclusions that I came to in episode 4 was that factory owners and northern politicians gained the most out of the great migration of Black Americans from the South. They gained a cheap workforce and a voter base that didn't exist before their arrival. Johnson corroborates this by saying, quote, "Many white northern politicians objectively aid the rapidly deteriorating racial situation through the exploitation of leftist propaganda to garner Negro votes. They care not a tinker's damn about the Southern Negro and simply flatter the Northern Negro whom they consider a gullible fool. Getting elected and reelected is their only concern." End quote. They don't care. They've never cared. They've never cared about your plight. They only want your vote. And you see what happened when we stopped being strategic with our politics and then started clinging to one party or the other. That's what happens. So they start migrating up north. The Democrats get to courting them, letting them know that we nothing like the Democrats down south, blah, 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 and all this other shit. You need to come rock with us and vote for us. And then they're pushing socialism light, communism light on the Democratic ticket. So you start to hear about social programs. You start to hear about shit that, handouts that you're supposed to be getting. The New Deal it was a bunch of that. You see what I'm saying? And they now have convinced you that politically the government is supposed to pretty much give you shit. The government is supposed to be able to subsidize your lifestyle, your wants and your needs. Instead of you going out and making something of yourself and doing it yourself, you want the government to do it all. And what you are doing is putting more and more power in the federal government's hand, while also complaining about systemic issues, systemic racism. How does that make sense? How out of one side of your mouth you are complaining about systemic racism, systemic this, systemic that, and then your solution to these systemic issues is to give the system more power. Because you think that if we give them more power, that they're somehow going to correct themselves. What you are not understanding is that the system wants to do this. So obviously, the actual antidote to this is to have less government. To have less government overreach as far as your lifestyle, your behaviors, and things like that. Uphold the Constitution and get out of our way. That's it. If we got to make some amendments, if we got to make some changes, cool. But as far as our day-to-day and all of that other stuff, absolutely not. I do not want the government to mandate and order my steps every day. I'm not with that. I'm not with that. Because even if it's being used to my quote-unquote benefit right now, it's 100% going to be used to my detriment later. That is how the American government has always worked. What's for me today is going to be against me tomorrow. When you got these fly-by-night pieces of legislation that get passed and shit, affirmative action, DEI, and all this other shit, now look at it. Now it's been used against me. Asians are winning over in affirmative action more than the black man is. White women and all this other stuff, like all of this stuff has not helped black Americans. It's just giving the government more power to be able to will whatever they want for black America. That's it. That's all it's done. That's all it's done. Hold on. Johnson absolutely fried the black American intellectual class when he said, quote, "The utter bankruptcy of the Negro intelligentsia is startlingly evident by reason of the absence of any strong and dramatic movement for genuine Negro organization, leadership, and thinking. Deep in the swamp of inferiority, lack of ability, muddled thought, the Negro intelligentsia looks to the phony white liberals, politicians, and progressive hypocrites for leadership, guidance, and money. These whites are carriers of isms other than Americanism, which spreads like an epidemic in the ranks of the hapless Negro intellectuals. Due to the lack of race pride, there is no immunity." End quote. Dog. Perfectly succinctly describes what's going on politically right now. Over 90% of black American voters vote Democrat, yo. Over 90%. And this is not to say that Republicans are all right and all perfect at all times, because they're not. You dig what I'm saying? I still prefer, if I had to choose, the Republican Party over the Democrats, because the Democrats have had power in black American communities for over 100 years, and it still looks the way it looks. So no. Obviously, Democrats are worse contemporarily. You dig what I'm saying? But even in that, I tried to stay as objective as possible. However, objectively speaking, the Democrats have fucked over black American communities. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. So when he's talking about these phony white liberals, this book came out in 1958. He don't know nothing about no Obama. He don't know nothing about. He's not talking about Bill Clinton. He talking about whoever was in power in 1958. You see what I'm saying? And the same playbook is being played today in the 21st century, right now. Everything that he just described right now is what's going on. I mean, everything he described in this book in 1958 is going on right now in the political landscape of black America right now. Right now. Nothing about this is outdated. Nothing. Nothing. They're looking for leadership, guidance, and money. That's what they want. They want to be told what to do and be provided for. The only class of people that I know feels comfortable, that should feel comfortable with being told what to do and provided for, are children. And we talked about paternalism, didn't we? The only people who feel comfortable with being led, guided, and given money are children. So what does that make you in this relationship? Between you, white liberals, communists, leftists, Marxists. We already know that none of the black people actually run the black communist organizations. It's completely controlled by the white people. Y'all don't understand that in your day-to-day behaviors, the way that you engage politically, you are solidifying and re-solidifying your second-class status as a red-blooded American. That you give your power up to these institutions and these groups willingly because you want guidance, leadership, and money from the external instead of the internal. This is no different than getting your education on masculinity from bell hooks. What does a feminist know about masculinity? What does a communist know about private ownership? I'm sorry, he smoked that. Johnson wasn't the only black American to speak out against communism during this time. Zora Neale Hurston wrote an article titled "Why the Negro Won't Buy Communism" in 1951 during the Cold War. She argues that black Americans reject communism due to their strong individualism, deep Christian faith, and preference for tangible progress within capitalism over Marxist promises, as seen in her assertion, quote, "The Negro is too individualistic and has too much I in him to be taken by such doctrines." She highlights their distrust of white-led communist propaganda and loyalty to America despite its flaws, stating, quote, "He feels that he is a part of America despite everything," and critiques Soviet hypocrisy with, quote, "It strikes Negroes as strange that communists scream against racial oppression here and excuse it there." And excuse it there. How the hell you are trying to tell me how racist America is, but when I go to Soviet Russia, it's just as racist, and there's a black man currently dying in your gulags? There's black men dying in your gulags, but you're sitting there trying to tell me about American racism. Insane. End quote. Hurston's sharp patriotic tone frames communism as an unappealing foreign ideology unfit for black American values and aspirations. One of the most alarming revelations for me is how, despite not getting much political support from the black masses in terms of voting or outright adoption of communism, it was still able to heavily influence black American thought and behavior as it pertained to politics and race. Before, I didn't know what cultural Marxism was, but that's what I'm describing. And a lot of it was brought on by Dr. Martin Luther King. And we'll talk about that because, again, tomorrow we're going to dive into that interview with Chad O. Jackson. So while they may not have been outspoken communists like the people mentioned in this video, the ideologies of race, politics, and economics were warped in the minds of countless black Americans by communists. the communist influence on the civil rights movement of the 50s and 60s wasn't as pronounced as earlier decades, but they were still equally present. Not to mention, the FBI, CIA, and the federal government overall viewed any criticism of America, the military, or capitalism as communist ideology. They wiretapped, circumvented, and sabotaged many organizations at the time. Martin Luther King's circle was full of communists and sympathizers like Baird Rustin, Stanley Levinson, and Jack Odell. W.E.B. Du Bois joined the CPUSA in 1961 at the age of 93. He even had a relationship with Mao Zedong. The Black Panther Party had deep Marxist-Leninist beliefs, and they were directly influenced by Mao as well. It's blatantly clear to me that the root cause for a lot of the ills we see in Black America today comes from this history of communism in our community. So many of the regressions we've seen from the early 20th century to the late 1960s can be attributed to the ideologies and behaviors of communism permeating from Black American schools, churches, and political organizations. Many of our historical institutions and organizations were used as fronts for communist agendas. Many Black leaders were empathizers of communism or outright communists themselves. At the same time, Black American leaders who spoke out against the ideology were castigated as Uncle Toms or race traitors. Now, I'm not naive enough to believe that this was the end-all be-all to every single problem coming out of Black American communities.
I ain't gonna hold you. I take that back. It is. I'm not excusing the racism and all that, but as far as like the behaviors that we were exhibiting or are exhibiting, 100% communism is at fault. I stamp that. I stand on that. I wish I could go back and change that. Cause I wanted to be objective. I didn't want to seem like I was being too extreme, but nah, son, I'm willing to say it. Communism is at the root of everything that we hate about Black America. Facts. That's what I'm standing on.
Not only that, the government was very paranoid about communism in the United States, but I do believe it played one of the biggest roles. So much so that it affects Black Americans to this very day. Listen, I understand our left-wing Marxist, socialist, and communist ancestors. They were inspired by various European and American revolutionaries from Karl Marx to Vladimir Lenin and the regime changes they facilitated in their countries. They were motivated by different eras of wartime, struggles, and political issues that directly affected their communities throughout the country. I can easily see how indicting capitalism for these problems and wanting revolution will be a solution for them as a worthwhile endeavor. Unfortunately, that's not how the world works.
And I want to make it very clear. Me disagreeing with you is not a sign of me misunderstanding you. I understand your ideology or what you want to do completely. I fully, vehemently disagree with you. Period. I think you are wrong. That is it, son. I'm not worried about nothing else. I read it. I watched it. I heard exactly what you were saying. I heard everything that you said. And I cannot tell you how much I disagree with that shit. I disagree with that shit wholeheartedly.
The politics just don't bear abundant fruit on a national level, and the rationale doesn't hold up against.
Yeah, they was definitely in a trick bag.
In the centuries that these political ideologies existed, all the way into 21st century North Korea and Venezuela, they have done exponentially more harm than good. I was watching a televised panel discussion among Black left-leaning leaders in 1973 on the problems and solutions to Black American liberation. It included men and women such as Stokely Carmichael, Angela Davis, and Fannie Lou Hamer. In Davis's opening statement, she posited that not only did America need a socialist revolution, she also inserted Cuba as a successful example of socialism.
Consider the fact that this system, this capitalist system under which we are living today, is designed in such a way that nobody except a privileged few can attempt to express themselves or contribute to anything. There's no doubt about the fact that we have.
What? This is another thing too. Like they just talk. They just make shit up. What? Go back. Let's go back and hear that whole sentence.
That's what they just matter of factly just be saying bullshit. It included men and women such as Stokely Carmichael, Angela Davis, and Fannie Lou Hamer. In Davis's opening statement, she posited that not only did America need a socialist revolution, she also inserted Cuba as a successful example of socialism.
Consider the fact that this system, this
Consider the fact that this system,
capitalist system under which we're living today, is designed in such a way that nobody except a privileged few can attempt to express themselves or contribute to anything. There's no doubt about the fact
that only a select few amount of people can express themselves. The capitalistic system that we live in is designed to where only a select few people can express themselves. What, son? What are you talking about? See, shit like that would just piss me off. Like, what does that even mean, Angela? What do you mean? You're a communist in America expressing yourself right now. On television. On television. If you were to go to any of the countries that you be talking about is so lit, they would have never broadcasted this. You talking about pro-capitalistic shit. It's not happening. They're not allowing you to even get that off. But you are, right now, in 1973, America, talking about capitalism is designed specifically for only a select few people to be able to express themselves. What?
that we have to talk about revolutionizing the system before anybody can live in any kind of human fashion together.
We have to revolutionize the system for any of us to actually coexist and live together. Like, yo, listen to these ideas, fam. I'm not making this up. This is them. This is the reason why I'm glad that the historical record is what it is. Because just let them speak. Just let them speak. Just listen to a communist speak, bro. You will hear the bullshit immediately. This is nuts. This is absolute bonkers. Like, she's insane. I don't even know what this even means. She's bugged out, son.
I would just like to point out the fact that I have seen with my eyes societies where people of different colors have learned how to live together, each maintaining their own cultural identity, but each fighting to build and to continue to construct a socialist revolution.
Fighting to build and continue to construct a socialist revolution. So now you are in a place that is currently practicing socialism, but they are still building up to the socialist revolution. And you can hear the confidence in her voice, like, is almost non-existent. Almost non-existent. She don't really believe. You can tell that she doesn't really believe the shit that she is saying. Either that or she's extremely nervous because she knows she's lying. Either that, like, it's the only two options. I've been on panels before, and I stand on what I stand on, and I've been standing on what I stand on. So it don't matter my audience. A nothing burger, Vince, thank you. She's serving nothing burgers all night. She is serving nothing but nothing burgers. Period.
Together. I was in Cuba not very long ago, and I saw with my own eyes how black people, brown people, and white people have reached the point where they can work in harmony towards the building of a socialist society.
Cuba! Cuba, fam! Cuba! She evoked Cuba as a good example of a socialistic regime. Why are we taking these people serious? Why? Not to mention, we know in the current year, 2025 that Cuba's economy is still among the worst in Latin America.
Duh.
This further proves that socialism and communism can't thrive without capital. They just want the capital centralized, owned, and controlled by the state. A black capitalist and president of the National Business League, Berkeley Burrell, was also on the panel. He expressed that the apprehension and aversion to capitalism largely came from black Americans not participating in it enough for themselves.
Capitalistic system in America is the system that we have to deal with, and the problem with it is that we don't have any blacks operating in it. I wonder if we would have the same kind of feeling about the capitalistic system. If we were the capitalists and somebody else was sitting outside. I think we would begin then. I would be against it. I think that, well, Stokely says he'd be against it, and
Somebody is exploiting me. I don't care whether he's white or black or red or yellow. As long as he's doing the exploiting, there's something basically wrong. Inhuman.
Dog. Son. Like, son. So bless his heart, Berkeley, he's trying. You could tell he's like a liberal conservative type of guy. Like, he's like a liberal Republican type of guy, like, to where he's trying to find middle ground with the liberalism and all of this others. Like, you could tell. But at the same time, he's the president of the National Negro Business League, or the National Business League. I think they changed the name by this point. But he's even saying, like, yo, I don't know if you guys would actually feel this way if you were the guys participating in capitalism and enriching yourself and all of that. Jason says, we were commenting on us now compared to her when she was growing up. I may have messed up her words, my fault, but when I meant lazy, I meant got lazy in our political choices. That's my fault, though, for the improper communication. I don't even know what you're talking about, Jason. I don't think you communicated anything incorrectly, brother. Oh, it says, I asked my mom what happened after the civil rights movement. Why did we go further down as a people? She didn't have a full answer, but admitted that as a race we got lazy. Okay. I see what you're saying. Got you. No. You good, bro. Lazy is one of the words you could describe it, but just it's more so being reliant on the external instead of being self-reliant. That's what shifted. That's what changed, to where the external had to take care of our problems. You know what I'm saying? The government had to feed you. The government had to clothe you. The government had to house you. The government had to do everything to make sure that your lifestyle was subsidized. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened.
It's difficult, really, to say that that people haven't been damaged by the free enterprise system in this country. The failure of our cities is probably a direct result of the failure of the free enterprise system to do something about it. When big business begins to move out and leave poor people to solve the problems of poor people, then you've got a failure.
Wait a minute, you can't, I'm sorry, but you can't talk about free enterprise because there's no such thing as free enterprise.
Okay.
Capitalism in this day and age is monopoly capitalism. It is controlled by multi-billion-dollar firms, multinational firms. You know, it's controlled by the people like Rockefeller and Hughes and DuPont. Now, there's a real difference between those folks and the black man or woman who decides to open up a grocery store on the corner. That is not capitalism. But Richard Nixon has been trying to convince us that all we have to do is to get a little grocery store on the corner, and then all of a sudden we're black capitalists.
As you can see, Stokely Carmichael.
I was going to cut in, but I'll respond pretty much succinctly here. I don't have to cut in. But this is the bullshit that this is. Yo, you got to understand, this is the most eloquent of these revolutionaries. These are the most fleshed out ideas of the revolutionaries. You see what I'm saying? This is them being as intelligent as possible as it pertains to politics and economics. Angela Davis, Stokely Carmichael.
This is their best and brightest. And this is what they giving us. That, whatever. Angela Davis were not only against the idea, but they didn't even view small black businesses as participating in capitalism. Why? Because they weren't making billions of dollars in profit like Rockefeller or DuPont. Carmichael doubles down on the impossibility of small black business owners making that much money. They even go on to say that racism is a unique byproduct of capitalism, as to imply that racism doesn't exist in countries like China, Venezuela, or North Korea. Not only that, how would a small black business owner not be operating as a capitalist? What happens when the small black-owned grocery store grows into a chain with dozens or hundreds of employees? What is the actual threshold between just being a business owner and becoming an exploiter? This is even more conflicting when you hear Carmichael in a separate speech give this example.
Let's say that I'm a capitalist.
Listen to this shit, y'all. I want y'all to listen to this shit. These, yo, son, no disrespect to the ancestors, fam, but these were the people that the masses were listening to, son. I would have booed this man. I would have booed him. Listen to this shit.
Let's say that I sell shirts. I sell shirts. I have a shirt factory. Let's say this is my factory. I own it. The machinery. I have a place where I get cotton. Now I own it. I'm the capitalist. Let's say you are my workers. You are my workers. You don't know me. You never see me. You see my lackeys, you know, maybe my foreman, but you never see me. Now, let's say it costs me 50 cents for cotton for every shirt I make. And let's say it costs me 50 cents for upkeep of my machinery. That's $1. And let's suppose I pay you $1 for every shirt you make. That means it costs me $2 to get a shirt. Labor included, your labor. I pay you for making the shirt. Now when I sell the shirt, being a capitalist, and you must know something about capitalism, very important. The sole motivating force in a capitalist society is profit. I sell the shirt for $5. I don't do anything. You're the one who make the shirt. I'm exploiting your labor. You toil, you sweat, I get the fruit. That's right, I get it. But you grow it, you plant it by the sweat of your brow. I get it. I sell the shirt for $5. I am exploiting your labor. I really am exploiting your labor.
Dog, quintessential word salad. Did y'all not hear him just say the same thing 6 times? You toil, you work, I reap, you work, I reap, I'm exploiting. He just kept saying the same thing over and over for the past 15 seconds, and he ain't saying nothing. And I'm letting y'all know I cut down the audio. This example went on for like 3.5 minutes because he couldn't keep it concise. Because if you're asking me, it was niggas like me in the crowd, and you wasn't grabbing me with this. You toil, you do this, and I reap the benefits. Oh, I'm really exploiting. He had to like convince y'all. He had to convince y'all that this is what is happening. Because so far, it's like, okay, what's the issue? So he has to keep saying exploiting. They love that word. But it's only a buzzword to get the people going.
I mean, even when you want a shirt, hey, you got to come to my store and buy the shirt for $5. Yeah, I really am exploiting you.
See?
Now, you're workers, you're in a factory, so you begin to get social consciousness. Yes, you do. Marx talks about this.
Look. You see how they just flip it, like just flippantly just puts Marx in there. Marx talks about this. You mean racist Karl Marx? Satanist Karl Marx? Marx talks about this. Just on the offhand, like, yeah, Karl Marx, he makes mention of this. Like, you don't even know where you getting your indoctrination from. Like, yo, this is insane.
Because you're working together, you see the socialized process, the laboring process, and you're able to see clearly how you're being exploited. So you get together, and you start talking about, we want more money. Then you say, hey, look here, we're going to strike. So the foreman comes back and said, hey, they said they're going to strike. I say, oh, let them strike, man. And sure enough, y'all strike. Yeah, y'all strike on me. So after a while, I called my foreman. I said, what do they want? He says, well, they said they want $1.50 more a shirt. They want 50 cents more a shirt. Right, so it now costs me $2.50 to make a shirt. It cost me $2.50 to make a shirt. Before it cost me $2. I was selling it for $5. But hey, look here. I can't go out there and keep selling it for $5. Hey, how am I gonna do that? I'm gonna lose profit. And look here. Since the sole motivating force in a capitalist system is profit, ain't no need for me to come and sell it for $5.50. Hey, no. Next time you see that shirt on the market, it's gonna cost you $7.50. Right.
Now, if a small he thought he was getting bars off with that shit, son. Like what the son? He thought he was spitting. He thought he was spitting with that, son. Like $7.50. Yeah, like son, I cannot believe that these speeches worked on people, son. Son, I would have been hissing and booing at this nigga the entire time. Boo! Boo him! Get him out of here! Boo! This is nonsense. He's not saying anything. He just described a job. All he did was just describe a business. That's it. This is insane. Yo. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him? I better not find out that Stokely Carmichael or any of these niggas was accepting money to do them speeches. On my mama, I better not hear of a single time that somebody had to pay Stokely Carmichael to come up to their school, come up to their church, come up to their whatever event that they had, and he charged them money. I'm telling you, I better not hear it. Because that's why I told y'all when I was debating the professor who drafted the study about the racial wealth gap. So in the racial wealth gap study, he's telling black people who are reading this that no matter what you do, you can't save or invest your way to building wealth or closing the racial wealth gap. You can't buy a home. There's nothing that you can do. There has to be a systemic intervention for us to close the racial wealth gap. And then I'm like, yo, professor, you're rich. You have tenure. You can't even get fired. And your man who drafted the bill, drafted the study with you, both of you charge speaking engagement fees. So let me get this straight. You're being paid by a higher education institution via children's tuition and all of that to tell them that they can't build wealth and close the racial wealth gap. You're being enriched to tell other people, the next generation, that they can't get wealthy. That's cool to you. So it's okay to build wealth off the ideology that the next generation can't build wealth. And you don't see a problem with that. You don't see how that's contradictory. You don't see how that's like blatant hypocrisy. And I asked them, yo, how much do y'all charge for speaking engagements? How much money you got? Because I know you doing better than most, if not rich. So you are part of the you're part of the 5 to the 1% of the entire country telling the 95 to 99% that they can't get like you. And you don't see how I see that that's just you parroting what the oppressor says. Parroting what white supremacy says. Only a white supremacist would say black people can't close the racial wealth gap without white people. That's what you're saying. Only a person who believes that white people are superior to black people would think and do and say the shit that y'all be thinking, doing, and saying. Only a white person. I don't know anybody who actually loves themselves, loves their people, loves their community, and wants the best for them, walks away with these types of ideologies. Absolutely no way. It does not make sense to me. I've been black my whole life. I wanted the best for Black America as soon the minute I gave a fuck. And not one time did I think this was predicated on black people or other races intervening on black people's behalf. Allies, cool, but needing an entire government entity to make sure that my life is A-okay, especially when that same government entity has a track record of making my life a living hell. Where's the logic in that? But let's finish up. We gotta go to bed, y'all. A business owner, which would include a shirt factory with one employee, is exploiting the employee's labor, then this would have to mean that even on a small level, the factory owner is still operating in capitalism. Now let's analyze his analogy.
Let's do it.
It costs the capitalist $2 for every shirt made. Material and machinery 50 cents each, and labor costing $1. The capitalist then sells the shirt for $5, leaving him with $3 profit after paying for material, machinery, and labor. Without accounting for other expenses, this would be a 60% profit margin. The workers strike and demand a 50-cent raise. Now it costs the capitalist $2.50 for each shirt. The capitalist, in order to maintain his profit margins, raises the price of the shirt to $7.50. Again, not accounting for any other expenses, this raises the profit margin from 60% to 66%. However, the worker received a 50% increase in wage while the capitalist only saw a 6% increase of profit.
So I want to correct that. It wasn't a 6% increase. It would be a 20% because, 20% of 60 is 6. You know what I'm saying? No, wait. No, I'm tripping. 20%. I'm tripping. 6%. It'll be a 10% increase. If it went from 6 to 66, that'd be a 10% increase in profit, while the employee got a 50% increase in wages. And somehow, capitalism is exploiting you, the worker. He went from 60% profit margin to 66 to keep up with, which is a 10% increase, to keep up with your 50% increase in wages. But you want socialism. You want communism. You are an idiot. You are a moron. You don't deserve to be in my country. Straight up and down, son. Y'all don't make any sense. 10% increase in profit, 50% increase in wages. That is what Stokely Carmichael was complaining about. Just like the Conscious Lee nigga complaining about the freedom of their ancestors, Stokely Carmichael is complaining about a 10% increase in profit versus a 50% increase in wages. What are we doing, son? What are we doing?
This also doesn't account for the cost of maintaining the factory and all of the risks incurred by the capitalists. If the factory were to close, not only would the capitalists be out of a business, the employees will be out of a job.
Look at this shit.
Fortunately for the worker in capitalism, the factory owner's competition will likely hire the newly
Get your
laid off
ass up out of the
employees.
damn puddle.
Unfortunately for the failed business owner, he or she is going to have a much harder time starting their business again. So while I understand Carmichael's angle of exploitation in his example, it simply doesn't hold weight, especially when you know the average profit margin for a small business is only 7%, with 20% being considered high. Hell, in 1973, when the speech was made, the average profit margin was just 4.2%. Finally, and I believe this is my biggest criticism, the only way this revolutionary plan even begins to work is if the entire United States government was overthrown and transformed into a socialist, communist country. A complete regime change, just for Black Americans to survive and thrive. While extremely ambitious, it was a fool's errand. In 1973, the United States population was over 200 million people. The idea of uprooting the lives of that many people just to achieve an economic or political goal just doesn't make sense.
At all.
The craziest part is that they completely understood this and still believed it was achievable in their lifetime or the next. What boggles my mind the most is, outside of wanting an economic and political overhaul of the government, they could have achieved literally everything else under capitalism without...
Yeah, I've said that, we talked about that already. Like, well, let's just finish it. I ain't gonna do that to y'all. Let's just finish it.
What they deemed exploitation. They could have had for-profit businesses and used the profit to directly fund all of the amazing programs that they created. Take no surplus for themselves and give it right back to the people. In fact, that's essentially what they did. They funded their movement with newspaper and book sales and donations. They reconciled this by saying that they were not hoarding any of the profits and putting it back into the movement, which is cool, but the capital generated kept the lights on for the movement. Personally, I don't think we needed to overthrow the government to create programs that would help people advance in this country. Even further, they could have created socialist communities all throughout the country without needing a socialist revolution of the entire government. That's pretty much what Father Devine did in Harlem and Philadelphia in the early 20th century. He had price-controlled goods and services for his congregation to make sure that they were always affordable. They only used cash to avoid debt, and he fed, clothed, and housed thousands of people during the Great Depression from the money he collected and generated from and with his people. While this obviously wasn't strict socialism, it included several of the social safety nets that were centralized and distributed by his organization. Now, despite my disagreements, I still have a respect for these ancestors who did what they thought was best for the advancement of their people. As a historian, I'm thankful for the ability to look back on the works of our ancestors and learn what garnered positive results and what received negative results. We can't go back in time and change the past, but we could for damn sure use the histories of the past to teach, inspire, and motivate action in the present, which will affect our future.
Absolutely. So, I mean that. I don't hate the ancestors. I don't hate the Marxist ancestors and all of that. I don't. I 100% disagree with them. I 100% wish that they did not go down that road. But if we're going to speak strictly from a historical standpoint, I'm glad y'all tried. So that way, the people in the future can know never to ever try that stupid shit ever again. Sorry. I'm glad that they were able to go through that, so hopefully we wouldn't have to go through that. Unfortunately, the influence and the cultural Marxism and all that other stuff still permeates to this day, but we at least don't have an open faction in Black America who is calling for the overthrowing of the American government. We at least don't have that anymore. That I'm cool with. So, what did we learn? What did we learn today, class? Okay, I think we've, this week so far, even some other streams, we've all understood at this point that communism is a dead-end road, especially for the Black American. I think we can put that to bed now. Now, I will be picking this back up as far as the Chad O. Jackson interview. I do think that has a lot of gems in it, historical gems in it, so I do want to go over that. But outside of that, man, we're gonna be moving on to bigger and better things, and getting back to the industrious, entrepreneurial, the commercial and the professional history of Black Americans. Let's go through the chat. I know I was rushing through the video, so we can get to there. Vincent says, buy for one and sell for two. That's what Prop Joe used to say. That's a fact. Holy crap, this is nothing from this clown. What the heck is he saying? That's a fact, Jason. Boy was talking about nothing. Sammy says, this is my favorite part of your documentary. Yeah, man. Jason also says she agrees. I guess she's talking about moms again. She agrees definitely that there's too much government reliance and overreach. It's crazy listening to this video. It's so much nothing from her. I'm telling you, yo. These were like the people, the thought leaders of Black America at the time on
a broadcast to espouse their intellect and espouse their ideas. And that is how they were coming. We've seen better on podcasts. Being honest, we've seen better explanations for Black American communism on a podcast. Like, they were not compelling at all, fam. They did not compel me at all to their side. Nothing about their political ideology was attractive to me. Nothing. None of it grabbed me. They lost me immediately. Immediately. I don't want to hear that shit, Stokely. I do not. You lost me, Chief. Don't nobody want to hear that shit, Sharif. Nah, you lost me. Angela, like, please, shorty. Like, you, I heard your mom's was a communist, and I heard you a Fed. So I don't even want to deal with you. You CIA. You are a federale. I don't want to hear nothing from you. The only person that through them that I would have been willing to hear out is Fred. Because Fred come from the hood. Like, Fred, you could tell he a real nigga. Before he became a Panther, he was just a regular real nigga. So I would have had a beer with Fred Hampton before he became a Black Panther. I would have never kicked it with Stokely Carmichael. Never. Nigga like to complain. So definitely not. You feel me? But I would have kicked it with Fred, for sure. I would have kicked it with Huey. But you know, after a while, I probably would have got tired of him. I think Fred was the only one that was consistently that I would rock with. So thank y'all again. Another 4-hour stream. Shout out to Vincent. Shout out to Jason. Shout out to who else was here tonight? Who else was here? Let's go to the phone. It's easier to scroll. Some dude named Bait Teasadoc. I don't know. Shout out to you though. Scruggs, of course, coming through. Sammy, as always, brother. Memphis, as always. Who else came through? Clifton, of course. Clifton, shout out to you for coming through. Bert, for sure. So all my day ones came through. The Watcher, of course. So all my day ones was in here. We was in the building tonight. Thank y'all for coming out. I know the lag is super crazy, so I am going to hold up for a couple minutes so y'all can get y'all chats in, and I'm going to sit quietly so that way that y'all don't think that y'all got to catch up to more stuff that I'm saying. So get your last chats in. If you in here, say your salutes and all of that other stuff, and then we're going to get up out of here tonight. I appreciate y'all for coming out. Hotep history. Hotep. How young were they? How old was Angela Davis in 73? I don't know. I'm going to use my phone, Sam. It's going to be faster if I use my phone. Oh, hold on. Looking it up now.